Michelle over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Net is garbage. She doesn't like the net. We hadn't brought this up. Daniel says UCLA's Jalen Clark out this week with a leg injury, could be longer. Let's say he's unable to play again this year, how does that impact your thoughts on UCLA?
I mean, you still got, with Jaquez and with Tiger Campbell, I mean, you've still got a really, really good team.
Tiger Campbell seems like he's played 6 years.
He's been there a while.
He really has. Like, I was watching them, and I can't even remember they were playing the other day. I was watching him.
But, I mean, Jalen Clark is a guy that can hit perimeter shots. He's your second leading scorer, so that's a loss.
I want to leave with this thought today, being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Great folks at Bud Light. They bring you all of our poll questions that are out there. One of our poll questions you can go vote on right now, that Taylor has set up for you, is what our bracket challenge punishment should be. The 4 choices are a trip to the Testicle Festival, a calendar, 12 months of us posing in a sort of a theme for the month, in an outfit designed by the 2 winners.
Or lack thereof.
Or lack thereof. And then there is
country music song.
The country music song.
Write, record, shoot a video, and perform live a country music song.
Yep. And then the 4th one is
polygraph.
Polygraph.
Yes.
So you can go vote right now and make your vote count there. We appreciate that. Las Vegas already has the Raiders and the Golden Knights in the NFL and NHL. They just played last weekend spring training games, Oakland A's home spring training games in Las Vegas with the commissioner on hand. It is believed, and the commissioner seemed to have enjoyed himself. The A's owner was pushing the commissioner for relocation or moving the A's to Las Vegas. LeBron's been very out front that he would love to own a franchise and put it in Las Vegas, an expansion franchise. We could have Las Vegas at one point. The no franchise was ever going to be in Las Vegas because of gambling. We could have all 4 major sports with a franchise in Las Vegas sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, I think Major League Baseball, Oakland, I don't know why they wouldn't move Oakland there. And can you imagine, because baseball guys are in town 3 nights, can you imagine the carnage?
The players would love it. The problem is you're going to have to play every game at night.
Or get a dome stadium.
Yeah, or get a dome.
Dome stadium. Well, it's going to be the heat.
Because of the heat?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about just the nightlife.
Well,
and that.
Yeah.
That too, yeah.
Well, you'd want some day games, right? So you can go out at night. I guess you.
City never sleeps, man.
Never sleeps.
Yeah, you do not want day games. That's why a lot of people, I'm telling you, it's a true story. A lot of free agents don't want to play for the Cubs because of the amount of day games.
Good point. Matthew says they better get that dome. It's going to be 122 in the summer. It only feels like 122, Matthew. It's probably only 119 in Vegas. Fun show today. Thanks all of you for being with us. We appreciate you so much. By the way, Daniel points out Clark is the Defensive Player of the Year in the Pac-12, so you would miss him on the defensive side of the court there. We'll get into more basketball and the reaction to more tickets being punched tomorrow and set the table more for Nashville. Have a great day. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Listen, I'm not going to break any news here today by telling you that I am a different human being with what goes on through my head, right, in my brain on a daily basis. You guys have been with me for 13 years. You know that.
Different than what? Different than you used to be?
No, just different than most humans. I have a lot of weird stuff that go through my brains. And
you're super unique.
Unique. That's a sweet way of saying it, Brent. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I am weird when it comes to things. Yesterday when Stephen Pearl was on the show and Joe Lunardi and everybody was, had Auburn as an 11, maybe a 10 seed, and he said our indexes show us as an 8 or 9 seed. I'm thinking to myself, I know in the world that I think I know things, but I know other people really have some inside information. New bracketology comes out last night. Joe Lunardi probably looking at the same indexes that Stephen Pearl told you here on this show yesterday. And where's Auburn? They're a cool 9 seed right now.
That's what Stephen told us. We all thought, that seems a little high.
Yeah, that's what ahead of Lunardi, Stephen already told us Auburn's a cool 9 seed. Guess what? Arkansas, cool 9 seed as well.
Oof, that's a tough either. I mean, either one of those, especially the way Arkansas has played at times. Oof.
Yeah. So you got tomorrow night, SEC tournament starts today in Nashville. Tomorrow night when Arkansas and Auburn play each other, just relax, Auburn fans. Relax, Arkansas fans. Win or lose, it doesn't matter. You can only play your way up. Auburn is easily in the tournament. We said that anyway after the win on Tennessee. It is backed up now by Stephen Pearl and Joe Lunardi and anybody else that are bracketologists.
Stephen had a little bias. Not that I didn't trust. Well, I didn't trust what he said. We said it afterwards. Like 8 or 9 seems a little high. Joe does this for a living. If he's got Auburn as an 8 or 9, I feel like it doesn't matter what happens in Nashville.
Well, we asked him if he looks at the bracketology, looks at the metrics. He said about every 20 minutes.
Keep refreshing.
So I think he's on top of it and had a good idea where they would be. But you're right. I mean, they're safely in. I don't think there is nothing they can do. There's nothing anyone else can do to push them out.
Yeah, so that's good news there. But we're getting ready for the SEC tournament. We start tonight with the old 11, 14, 12, 13 matchups, the day you don't want to be in. And this is one of those years where there's no really good team or even good team that is playing on this day. You got Ole Miss and South Carolina, LSU and Georgia. Ugh. And at different times this year, all 4 of those teams at different times have looked like the worst team in the SEC.
Yeah, look, I mean, Georgia's the one team you look at with Mike White. They've still got an opportunity to play their way into the NIT. I mean, they're 16 and 15. I mean, that's the only thing to look at. I mean, none of these 4 have any shot at winning this tournament or even getting to Saturday. It's just amazing LSU basketball where it is right now. From where Will Wade at least had it recruiting-wise to now they've lost 17 of their last 18 games.
Yeah, they're terrible. They're awful.
And I got asked on the golf course yesterday. I was out with our friends at Bent Brook. And they were like, hey, I'm a big Ole Miss guy. Do you really think Will Wade has a chance of getting that job at Ole Miss? Have you heard anything lately?
I've heard Chris Beard is the lead there, but that Will Wade has been considered. There are a lot of people around here that are championing Bucky McMillan. I think Bucky's a down-the-list guy for them.
Yeah, I think, if they would have gotten in the tournament, won a game or two, I think, there's some momentum there. But, I think he's down the
But Bucky's a personal friend of all of us. If I can hire Chris Beard, I'm not hiring Bucky. And I think Bucky would probably tell you that, right? Yeah, if you can hire Chris Beard, you'd probably go with him over me. I've heard Chris Beard is the lead guy there at Ole Miss. And that just comes down to, does Ole Miss have the fortitude for this? Number one. And number two, does Beard look at it and say, I want to get back in coaching and make my name good as quick as I can, and this is probably the best offer I'm going to get?
Yeah, SEC job. It's a power job. You get a lot of TV time.
And I am assuming Beard, or at least Beard's people, and this is an assumption, which you know what assumptions do, I'm assuming they maybe have tested the waters in Lubbock. Like, hey, if y'all don't keep Mark Adams, if you do fire him, can we get the band back together? No feelings hurt. We'll forget everything.
I don't see that happening. And, even if
what would you rather
was given the opportunity to take Texas Tech
I was about to ask this. Or Ole Miss. Which one do you do?
I would go Ole Miss. Just the clean start, because I don't know if Chris Beard can go back and replicate what he did at Texas Tech. I mean, what are the odds he's ever going to play for a national championship again there?
Very low.
And wouldn't the concern be? I mean, to your point, it seems like it'd be equally as hard to build Ole Miss as it would Texas Tech. And if you go back to Texas Tech, you've already shown one time any great opportunity, you're going to walk out the door. I'm not saying he wouldn't do that at Ole Miss, but the door is still swinging. One of those old cowboy movie barroom doors.
Right.
It's still swinging from the last time he left Texas Tech.
Yeah.
I would take Ole Miss as well.
And it's a different Big 12 than he coached in, for whatever that's worth. Texas and Oklahoma are gone. It's not the same conference it was. The SEC is a more stable situation. I probably would take Ole Miss too. Yeah. Just completely hit the reset button.
Because you don't know where your point is. You don't know where Texas Tech's going to be 2 years, 5 years, 7 years down the line. You don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I
as
really
we
don't.
continue to do the changing landscape.
By the way, you were talking about LSU just a second ago. Richard in the chat room says UAB's got a better SEC record than LSU. That is sad, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is true.
That's a great point, because UAB had all those wins in December over SEC teams.
Yeah, they beat South Carolina and Georgia, right? Yeah, so they got 2 SEC wins.
Okay, LSU's 2-16.
Okay, well, they got the same SEC record. Yeah.
Still ridiculous.
Still ridiculous.
All right, so Auburn and Arkansas tomorrow night, but tonight the SEC tournament in Nashville. Ole Miss and South Carolina at 6. Winner gets Tennessee. LSU and Georgia. After that, winner gets Vanderbilt. Both those games on the SEC network. For Bruce Pearl talking yesterday about Auburn and Arkansas, it's Thursday night, starting the night section at 6 o'clock. Winner getting Texas A&M, but first things first, it's the Tigers and the Hogs, and Bruce says, don't expect this one to look exactly like that time Auburn took Arkansas to the woodshed back in January.
Arkansas is really talented, really deep, really athletic. We played great here at home. They weren't at full strength because they didn't have Nick Smith. They were at a time of their season when they weren't shooting the ball well at all. And we took full advantage of it by playing 40 possessions of zone. We probably have played 80 possessions of zone on the season, 40 of them in that game. But that was just because Arkansas was struggling so much from three. You look at their last 5 games, they're shooting 38% from three. Devo Davis is making 2 a game. Nick's making 2 a game. Council, they're shooting it. So zone is not going to be the answer this time around.
Yeah, 40 possessions of zone the last time you played them. And he says we've only played 80 all year.
Yeah, I will say this about Arkansas. If you take either the net or the Ken Pom, whichever one you trust more, and most of the analytics people trust Ken Pom more, but it's the same in both of them, by the way. They're 18 in one and 19 in the other. And you just see the NCAA tournament on that. Arkansas is a 5 seed in the NCAA tournament, not the SEC, NCAA. If you just seed it based straight net or Ken Pom, and you just let a computer seed it, Arkansas is a 5 seed. And they're playing as a 10 seed in the SEC tournament. That's the handful Auburn's got. And it's not that Auburn's a bad team either. Auburn's 26 in the Ken Pom. So, you would be looking at them as like a 6 or 7 seed.
It just shows really the strength of this conference. I hear a lot of people that are like, man, the SEC's pretty good. Behind the Big 12, I think the SEC is better than the Big 10.
I would agree with you.
And a lot of people say the Big 10, cannibalizes itself. But a team like Penn State, 10-10 in conference, about to get in this tournament, I would put 8 to 10 teams in the SEC neutral site over Penn State.
Yeah, when you look at how many SEC teams can make it to the second week of the NCAA tournament, that's the Sweet 16, something we really can't discuss until we see the bracket on how it's laid out on Selection Sunday. And again, we invite you to join us either in person at 280 Walk-Ons on Sunday to watch the selection show, and then we'll react live on our video platforms. But if you can't make it to Walk-Ons 280 coming up Sunday at 5 o'clock, join us right after the selection show, and we'll have a live show with our friends at Redmont Vodka, Bud Light, and our friends at Walk-Ons there. So it should be an exciting Sunday. But when the bracket comes out, we'll be able to sit there and say how many SEC teams we think will make the Sweet 16, but how many of them are Sweet 16 talent-wise, or that kind of team that you think could win 2 and make it to the second week of the NCAA tournament? Alabama's 1.
To me, there's 6. Alabama, A&M, Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, Auburn.
Yeah, my problem with Arkansas and Auburn, talent-wise they can, but, if Lenardi's right, both of them are catching a 1 trying to get to the Sweet 16. And that's the tough part. That's the tough part is, you're going to play one of the 4 best teams in theory in America to try to get – if you're Auburn and you're in Houston's bracket as an 8-9, and you catch Houston in that second game, I mean, the way Houston plays defense, it's going to be a rock fight, probably like the Tennessee game was.
This is one of those years, though, that I think a one probably gets knocked off in the second round.
But that's why my golfing buddy Johnny Orney said it again yesterday. I'd rather be in the 7-10 game than I would the 8-9 game. I'd rather take my crack at that 2 seed.
Well, I'd rather
be. He's saying I'd rather be the 10 than an 8 or 9.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just make me a 10, punish me, send me out west. I'd rather take a crack at a 2 than a 1. There's just no difference in the 8, 9, or 10, really. I mean, I'm the same team. Like Auburn could easily be a 10, or they could be an 8, or they could be a 9.
Yep. And if you win some in Nashville, you could be an 8 and get shifted to a 7 because they can move you up and down one line over what you are seated.
Yeah, I would ask you this, Lance. Do you say that about the Big Ten? Because people do this to the SEC, like when South Carolina wins the East in football. And we're like, it's down here in the SEC. South Carolina's in Atlanta. Do you think we say this a little bit because Northwestern's the 2 seed in their tournament?
That
doesn't help it.
It doesn't help it. That did jump out to me. But I just look at the teams overall. I mean, how many of these teams realistically can make a Final Four run in the Big Ten? Purdue can.
Maybe.
Indiana maybe, but that's it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you could go to the Big 12 and you can start just reeling off 2, 3, maybe 4 that can make it in the Big 12.
Yeah, I would think in the Big 12 you might have upwards of 5.
Just about everybody that makes it in, I feel like, has got a crack at the Sweet 16.
I mean, Texas, Kansas, Kansas State, Baylor, TCU. I would go those 5.
Yeah, I left Kansas State out. They've looked a little broken at times this year. I don't think they can string 4 together to get to the Final Four. We'll have a lot of fun, man, when it comes to the bracket challenge that you can vote on right now. Taylor will keep firing that out for you. So you can go vote on what our penalty will be if we lose on that. But you can participate. Forster's about to pull up a little Redmond vodka screen for you here on how you can be part of Chuck's Bucks. Lunsford is keeping us updated on how many of you have already jumped in and secure your spot. Don't get left out. Get on there right now. It's our bracket challenge this year. There's that QR code. Just jump in there, secure your spot. We'll send you out an alert to remind you that it's time to fill out your bracket. But, I mean, you'll watch the selection show, and then hey, go fill out the bracket. It's all right there, and it's a chance to win Chuck's Bucks and some other prizes.
Yeah, hey, Redmond Vodka available in over 20 states now. When you're up in Nashville this weekend watching the SEC tournament, ask for it by name. It will be available in certain spots. Redmond Vodka is locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package store, including the Beverage Place and Pink Package. Also, ABC stores. Again, ask for it by name. It is Redmond Vodka.
All right. We continue on in the basketball conversation because, if you are a bubble team, you had nothing but great news yesterday. Oral Roberts, who was going to get an at-large bid, most likely if they lost last night. They're 30-4 now. They won. Oral Roberts goes in. How do you say his last name? Is it Max Abmas? I'm
going to go with that, yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, this was a guy that was in the tournament last year, and he is a true scorer. This is a team that's won 17 consecutive games.
That's right. They haven't lost since November 23rd is what I saw.
To put it net-wise, to put it in perspective, they're right there with Iowa, Nevada, Northwestern, and North Texas. I mean, that's a good Oral Roberts team, 38th in the net.
That's right.
So they were getting in probably.
They're probably projected a 14, a 13, or a 14.
Oh, I think they'll be as high as a 12. I think that'll be that 5-12 matchup where you
they'll be a sexy pick.
Lenardi's got him as a 12 today in the 5-12 against Iowa State.
I didn't look for him, but that Max kid, the guard, who, as you point out, is a great scorer. I was watching some post-game coverage from our friends at Field of 68. You can hear them on Sirius XM or watch them on YouTube wherever you get us here in the next round. And they were talking about he is a legitimate All-American candidate. So if you got an All-American candidate guard playing for you on a team like that, that becomes a dangerous 5-12 team. Oral Roberts, as you said, they'll be a sexy pick. The other team who had they were likely out of the tournament, but they were right there in the bubble, but they got a win as well. That was Charleston last night. Charleston gets the big win to advance out, and they are in the tournament now. So you had
also a 12 according to Lenardi.
Yeah. So you had two teams that could have eaten up at large bids win their small conference tournament last night. So that's big if you are North Carolina hoping to get on a heater here and sneak into this thing, or if you're a Penn State, or if you're an Oklahoma State, or a team that's right around the bubble, a Mississippi State, then that's all good news for you yesterday.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you bring up Merrimack?
I haven't brought him up yet, but Merrimack, which, by the way, sounds like
is that a real team?
It is, but it sounds like if I was having a little issue with
constipation,
going to the bathroom.
Have you tried the Merrimack?
Hey, you know what you need to do? Yeah. Just 2 scoops of Merrimack in your juice every morning. Smooth.
That's right. You never get off the toilet at that point.
Yeah. Well, but they've just made the move up to Division I. They won their conference tournament last night, but they can't go to the NCAA tournament. So Fairleigh Dickinson was already in, right?
Oh, is that the way they did it?
It was like Jack State. Yeah, it was like Jack State
regular season champions
last year.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So they just.
I was going to say that would be good news too for bubble teams. Yeah. If they just didn't have anyone from that conference.
No. They took Fairleigh Dickinson, which was the first team in the tournament because. The conference champion, tournament champion, is a team that's not eligible to move on. We've seen that a couple of times throughout history. So Merrimack is in. So too is Charleston, Oral Roberts, Northern Kentucky. They beat Cleveland State 63-61. Is it Darren Van Horn, who used to be at South Carolina?
Yeah.
He coaches that team.
Western Kentucky.
Yeah. I think he's proven to be a really good mid-major coach. Yeah. It was not a good SEC coach, but he could coach up the mid-majors.
And then there's Gonzaga. And we'll jump into what Gonzaga is right after Brown tells us about the big remodel that went on in his bathroom.
Hey,
or
buddy,
is ongoing.
It's ongoing. I cannot wait to show everyone the before and afters of this. I mean, I have been able to step into or at least look at my master bath and see the progress every day, and it's amazing the transformation that has taken place thanks to my man, Brad Bell of A+ Tile and Home Remodeling. His crew is at my house right now redoing my master bath. The reason his crew is there is because of my beautiful wife, Jennifer Brown. When she takes on a project like this, she doesn't just half-you-know-what it. She does deep, thorough dives and talks to people, emails people, looks at reviews, and she came away with Brad Bell. We had him out. He quoted the job. He impressed us. The quote was great. One thing he told me in the quote was like, I'm glad you called me because a lot of people, crack one open, Jimmy D.
Sorry about that.
Because a lot of people, but move it closer to the mic too as you're doing it. Yes. A lot of people buy into these one day where they just come in and they basically put a shower over what already exists, which I cannot imagine what stays on that wall. And you would think you're getting a better deal on it. What Brad told me is he's amazed. He constantly sees quotes double his quote. You're getting less craftsmanship for twice the price. Why would you settle for that? Call Brad Bell and say, if Brownie's wife picked you, I know you come highly recommended. And he'll say, absolutely, he'll come out and give you a quote. Here's his number, 205-422-1758, 205-422-1758, Huntsville and Mobile as well. He can help you there. Brad Bell, A+ Tile and Home Remodeling.
Drew Timmy's now the all-time leading scorer in Gonzaga history. Gonzaga smoked St. Mary's last night, 77-51. I get home from dinner, and I kiss the wife goodnight. She goes to bed really early. She goes, "You're not coming to bed?" And I said, "No, I'm going up to watch the second half of Gonzaga and St. Mary's."
Did you know the score at the time?
I had not known the score at the time, or I would have taken up the opportunity to go to bed.
That's right.
But I go up there, I settle in, I got me a nice little bourbon. I'm going to sit there and watch this great second half of Gonzaga St. Mary's, and then they come out of the commercial break, and I see the score, and I'm like, well, this is disappointing. Gonzaga killed them.
Did you do the cartoon bourbon where you took a sip and the score comes up and you go,
I did not.
The
old spit take?
Yeah.
We haven't, for the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years, we've considered Gonzaga a team that could win a national championship, their first ever. This doesn't feel like one of those teams, but when they play offensively like they played last night, and again, they're still number one in the net offensively. You saw what they did against Alabama. They shot 58% from the field last night. St. Mary's is a good team. They were up 37.
Yeah. And Jeff points out, he goes, in a down year for the Zags, their 5 losses, number 5, number 7, number 10, number 16, and Loyola Marymount, which sticks out as a home loss there.
And beat Alabama in what was essentially a road game.
And I was going to say that. I'm watching that game in Birmingham. I'm at the game. And I'm old. I mean, you guys know that. I've never seen a team hit as many shots as Gonzaga did in the second half
What
of
they
that
shoot
game.
in that second half, 78%?
67% from the floor.
Yeah.
But in person, I mean, I know people have shot a higher percentage in a half of basketball, but in person, I have never seen, it may have been 76% now that I think of it.
I thought it was.
Yeah, but it was an enormous amount in the second half. I sat there and watched, and I'm like, I mean, they are not. Some are layups, some are 5-footers, some are jump shots, but they threes. But they barely missed in the second half, and I thought to myself, well, if this is a down Gonzaga team, I missed an opportunity to see them when they were really good. They're a dangerous team as well, and there they are on that 3 line right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, their ability to score the basketball. Everybody talks about defense wins championships, but no, if Gonzaga goes on one of these rolls where they're hitting their perimeter shots, they can beat anybody.
I know they don't play the toughest conference. Nobody's going to argue that. But I will always applaud them for their out of conference. And people say, well, it's easy when you get in their conference. You can play that out of conference. But just this year, they played Michigan State, Texas, Kentucky in 3 consecutive games, by the way.
That's right.
Purdue, Xavier, Baylor, and Alabama. Yeah, I mean, that is a really difficult out-of-conference schedule.
And I think I'm right about this. A lot of times they have to play on the road or neutral site.
They played at Texas. And, I mean, Alabama was a neutral site, but that's a home game for Alabama.
Yeah, but it was last year Alabama went to the
Spokane.
virtual home game for them.
So, I mean, I think their only true road game and all of that was at Texas. But still, I mean, you're playing the Blue Bloods of college basketball, Michigan State, Texas, Kentucky, Baylor, Xavier, Purdue. I mean, when you built that schedule in Alabama, you knew all those teams were going to be good teams.
Yeah, St. Mary's, by the way, likely a 6th seed after getting smoked last night. So good for Gonzaga. All this information we try to give you as you get ready to fill out your bracket with our friends at Redmont. You can go to our website, nextroundlive.com. Forrester and Lunsford and everybody with that website has it easy for you to go join our bracket challenge right now.
I will give the two of you a chance to win everything in my wallet when we return.
Okay.
You've got to be honest with me that you haven't seen something. If you haven't seen it, if you can guess it.
I will. Do I have a chance of losing anything?
Nope.
Or all of a sudden, are you Mattress Mac?
No,
I'm not Mattress Mac.
I think a month ago I wouldn't have really gotten excited about this because I know you had no cash in your wallet.
Well, that's not true. I always have cash in my wallet. But Lance knows something that Jim doesn't know.
Yeah. Well, I would tell you that if this was tomorrow after a little trivia night, I would be easily excited about this. But okay, I will roll. I will roll.
Jim not excited, but he's going to participate.
Listen.
You said easily.
I play golf for basically $1 a hole,
right?
And it never.
Most team loses $18.
We don't press. We don't do anything like that. You would think that, Brown, but yesterday I lost 23. But anyway, so $1 a hole basically. So, and people are like, man, look how intense those guys. They must be playing for a lot of money out there. No, I just it's the challenge. It's not the money. I want to get your question right just so I can be right.
Okay. Well, Lance, you can win the money then.
Yeah,
maybe.
I want the money.
Yeah. Another bad financial choice by me. Speaking of financial choices, our friends at Peachtree of Alabama, Peachtree Planning.
Dunaway should have seen these guys years ago.
Years ago. In fact, I may have my ass in the sand right now if I'd have met these guys 20, 30 years ago.
Honestly, I think over the years I've made 3 bad investments. And if you talk to Mark Burkholder and Clay McDowell at Peachtree Planning, you don't make these type of investments. They are going to make sure that you're secure in your finances moving forward. Again, a bad financial decision can set you back years on retirement. Again, it can affect big things like your kids' education. You might have to get that second mortgage if you make a misstep. Let us tell you about our good friends, Peachtree Planning of Alabama. They are an independent financial service firm dedicated to assisting clients with their greatest financial concerns. They offer comprehensive wealth management and financial strategies to clients across the country. Reach out to Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell at Peachtree Planning. Let them give you an unbiased complimentary audit of your current life insurance, investment, and retirement planning. These guys have great options for you. Doesn't matter where you are in life. That's Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell at Peachtree Planning of Alabama. Call them today, 205-965-3437. That's 205-965-3437.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Back with you on the Next Round. Jeff, who says he's usually out in Vegas for the West Coast Championship, pointing out to everybody in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room who is battling Jeff over Gonzaga over there about how they've made 7 Sweet 16s in a row, 5 of the last 8 Elite Eights, and we all know the occasional Final Four and championship game. You get a lot of love on this show, especially from Lance, for this Gonzaga program. In fact, you are surprised at this point in history that Gonzaga has not won a national championship.
I mean, I'm shocked. They had the opportunity against North Carolina. They had the opportunity. Baylor couldn't have been hotter when they matched up with Gonzaga 2 years ago. And then 2020, when we canceled the tournament, Gonzaga was going to be your number 1 seed going into it. I am shocked. It's the best program, in my opinion, that's never won a national championship. And I think you can make the argument over the last 10 years, over the last decade, it's been the best program in college basketball. I mean, it's hard to do because they haven't won a national championship, but they're on a deep run every year.
Yeah. So Gonzaga is in with the automatic qualifier. They were going to be in anyway, regardless of what's going on. Before Brown pops the question with us, or gives us the question, LT is going to tell us about our friends at Precision Sports, as we're watching a lot of teams trying to get healthy for the postseason here, including Kentucky, who will take up a team that's got 2 or 3 guys that are not 100%, but they look like they're going to play up in Nashville this week.
Yeah, 2023, new year. There are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder, putting up the decorations from Christmas. Maybe you hurt the elbow, shooting hoop in the driveway. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care, better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
We show you the QR code already to join the bracket challenge. Tyler, can you yell at Lunsford real quick? Do we have a link on the website if you don't use a QR code to get into the bracket? And Tyler's saying he's not seeing it on the website anywhere. I may have overstepped my bounds there. There's the QR code again, Tyler. If you'd like to shoot that QR code, that'll take you there to the sign up really easy. Did he give you an answer, Tyler? Here comes Lunsford.
With a smile on his face.
Yeah. Is there a QR code or a link?
Redmond's website.
Okay. But it's nowhere on the Next Round website? No link, no QR code to get there? We're going to change that, Tyler, and get that over there and get that hooked up for you. But use that QR code right there. Jump in. I appreciate you jumping in. Chase says Gonzaga is a good example of how hard it is to win the whole thing. I think we've said this since we started doing the show. The NCAA tournament is the hardest championship to win, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt, because after those first 2 rounds, even in that second round, you play a quality opponent. But once you get to that second weekend, you've still got to close it out with 4 basically top 25 wins in a row. And I totally agree with Chase. I mean, Gonzaga is the best example of how hard it is to win the whole thing.
Yeah, because they've had some really good teams. And, I mean, if you want to take a shot at their conference, you could say, well, also, they haven't come in beat up from playing in a Big Ten or an SEC. I mean, if you truly believe it's that much easier of a conference. So it's not like they've come in, haggard from tough road games in Rupp Arena or the Kohl Center or wherever.
All right, Brownie, give us your question.
All right, so for Dunaway's pride and for everything in my wallet for Lance. See, I can bet anything I want with Lance because technically I own his left testicle. So there's never going to be a bet where I say, Lance, I got to pay you, but I own your left testicle, so let's call it even.
I know a lot of people that have lived a fruitful life with only one nut.
It's going to have to be a big bet, though, for you to say, no, Brown, I want everything in your wallet. I'll go ahead and give you my left testicle.
Yeah, but to his point, every major sporting event that we watch is played with one ball.
That is correct, Jim. That's a great point. Yes. Jim's made a point there.
And the Tour de France was won 7
That's
straight
right.
times with
Lance
only
is correct.
one ball.
Yeah, which I think is an advantage on those crappy bike seats you got to sit on.
It depends on which way it falls.
You just throw one on either side and you're good to go at that point. You don't have to worry about 2 of them. You don't have to split the middle.
All right, so have either one of you, and I don't suppose you have, seen the Sporting News National Coach of the Year for basketball?
I have not.
I have not.
All right, for everything in my wallet and for pride, the Sporting News National Coach of the Year announced today is?
Okay, hold on. Bill Self gets it all the time, so it's not Bill Self.
It's fantastic here, Jim.
I'm going to go... Why, I did a little humming to make it so it's not dead at silence. Yeah. Have you seen it?
I have not seen it.
My guess is going to be crap. I feel like if it was Nate Oates,
I'm just going to go ahead with the only name I've got in my head right now, Jerome Tang.
Jerome Tang.
I know it's not.
It's not the correct answer.
Yeah. I am going to go with...
Really, it's just for pride. Say a name, Jim.
I know. I want to be correct.
Well, you're not going to be.
I'm going to say, because I don't know his name, the guy that replaced Beard at Texas is that guy.
Crap. You looked on the chat room. It's
no,
Rodney
I did not.
Terry.
It's
well,
Rodney
you didn't
Terry?
say his name. Rodney Terry is your national coach of the year.
I don't want it for pride. I was just going through my head.
Dude's an interim coach and won it. That is crazy.
I was thinking Rodney Terry, but I heard today that Rodney Terry is no longer in the mix to be Texas's full-time
coach. He's the Sporting News Coach of the Year.
Hey, by the way,
look at Scott. Scott's got it up there. He's got the graphic. Look how quick Scott is.
You cannot say he's not in the running until after the tournament.
I mean, really.
By the way, if he wins it all,
yeah, you got to hire the guy.
How I don't want to say awesome. How ridiculous would it be if he won the National Coach of the Year, won the national championship, and didn't get the job?
I mean, that would be ridiculous. And you would have to assume he'd get some other job, right?
Texas, but I do want to say,
Texas Tech.
I want to point out at UTEP he was a 500 coach.
Yeah, I mean, this is above his, and you know how I feel about hiring the interim, right?
That's right.
I have long had a policy on hiring the interim, and I'll tell you what basketball does, and this would be the daily double for me. I don't believe in hiring the interim in football, but one thing that frustrates the heck out of me in basketball is the schools that buy into the guy that does the deep run in the tournament, and it is the complete outlier on the rest of his career. And you're like, well, Stan Heath's got Kent State in the Elite Eight. Let's hire him. And you go look at the rest of Stan Heath, and you're like, why are you hiring this guy? What has he done other than one good run in the tournament?
But that's all it takes in everything. Look at Daniel Jones this past year. He's getting $35 million a year or $40 million a year now because he had one good year. And it wasn't even a great year. It was a good year.
Yeah, but you can do the daily double here if you're Texas. Buy into a guy that makes a deep run and hire the interim.
Yep.
I mean, that to me violates both of my rules right there if you hire this guy.
I would tell you that, Brown, my thought process is that the Sporting News can't be mainstream or nobody would notice. Right?
In other words, they can't go what everybody else does.
That's right. And so I was going on the one line. Nate Oates, I would have seen a release. Somebody would have sent that to me saying Nate Oates is the Sporting News National Coach of the Year. So I ruled him out. Self wins it all the time. Houston's supposed to be there. Mick Cronin, UCLA, supposed to be there, and he's really good. Probably won it last year or something like that. The Purdue guy,
Matt
been doing
Painter,
it a long time.
A lot of people think maybe he's slightly underachieved, even if they're not a one seed.
But Shaka Smart was a guy that nobody really talked about.
Yeah, but that was on the two line too. So I went with the okay. And I went into the fact that it had to be something extraordinary for Brown to bring it up.
Buzz is a guy that we didn't talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I could see he had such a bad pre-conference. It's going to be tough for him to get National Coach of the Year, but I don't disagree with you. I'm just stunned. I mean, this guy coached basically. I mean, Chris Beard was fired in January, right? Am I right about that?
Yes.
December, January?
December maybe.
Okay. I mean, this guy basically coached half a year and is your National Coach of the Year. He's done a really good job in that situation. I don't know what y'all expected out of Texas after Chris Beard got fired.
Fired January 5th. The incident went down December 12th.
Okay, so, yeah, that's right. He was suspended for a little bit. Yeah, that's a good point. So Rodney Terry took it over during the suspension, then he was fired.
Yeah.
So congrats to Rodney Terry, I guess, but it's wild if he doesn't get the job and he's the National Coach of the Year.
Getting ready for the SEC tournament, which cranks tonight. We'll be up there at the losers. I forget who it was over in the chat room saying, which losers are we at? We're at the one right there on Broadway, right downtown, across from the arena at Bridgestone. We'll be there Friday, 9 to 1. Our show is live. Swing by there. Say hi to us as you're walking in to the Alabama basketball game. Should be a lot of fun as we're up there in Nashville on Friday and Saturday. We'll be telling you more about our coverage of the SEC tournament as we move forward. Johnston RV Center, always part of the show here. They sponsor not only our hotline, but a lot of things we do throughout the football season as well. Great folks up the I-65 corridor.
Hey, they got an idea here. You're looking forward to spring break. Why not make every weekend spring break? You can do that with an RV from Johnston RV Center. I'll give you an example. What about the 2022 Shasta 19BH? MSRP on that bad boy, $39,472. The sale price, $24,937. That means a payment about $239 for 180 months at 8.99%, 10% down and approved credit. You can get it right there at the Coleman store. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Also see them at Decatur, I-65 exit 334, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
We heard about, or we told you about Auburn and them being 9 in the latest bracketology to start the show, and we heard from Bruce Pearl in our first segment of the show. More on the SEC tournament with Auburn and Arkansas tomorrow night, and then Alabama playing their first game on Friday coming up. Don't forget, UAB starts their Conference USA tournament tomorrow night, but it starts today. Rice and UTSA tonight at 8:30. The winner gets UAB tomorrow night at 8:30. By the way, Florida Atlantic should already have a bid in the NCAA tournament, according to everyone. So CUSA, if anybody but FAU wins it, a chance to get 2 teams into the tournament, but I guess nothing is automatic. Tonight,
to your point on Florida Atlantic, Lenardi has them as an 8 seed.
That's right.
They're not only an automatic qualifier, but pretty high for a Conference USA automatic qualifier. Not an at-large, only an at-large, but high for a Conference USA at-large.
That's right. I mean, the top half, when you're 8 and above, you're in the top half of the field.
He's got them playing Auburn. That would be an interesting matchup for Auburn. That's a good FAU team.
I don't know the answer to any of the ones I'm about to ask, but you guys are better at mascots than me. We go automatic bids later tonight. Just write down these guesses and see. I wish Lunsford was back there on the computer. Tyler, if you can, no need to just guess. Texas A&M Corpus Christi plays Northwestern State tonight for the Southland Championship. I've got no clue about either one of these.
I think Northwestern State is some kind of devil.
I'm going to say Texas A&M Corpus Christi are the Gauchos.
I think Texas A&M Corpus Christi are the Oilers.
Oilers. Oh, really good. Oilers. Northwestern State, to me, seems to be some kind, at one point, Native American mascot. Maybe the actual Indians, but that may have changed.
I think it's like a Blue Devil.
No, I don't think you get a lot of that. And they're in Louisiana, aren't they? Northwestern.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Do you have mascots?
So the Texas A&M Corpus Christi campus has Izzy the Islander as their mascot.
That's right. They are the Islanders. I do remember that now.
What was the other school?
Northwestern State.
Or Islander.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
the Islanders.
The Demons or Northwestern
Corpus
State.
Christi.
They're the Demons.
Didn't Rockstar tell us on his tour that Corpus Christi was not the best coastal area?
Yeah, did not like the city.
It looks like a shithole. I was really close, though, Devils and Demons.
Yeah, you're right. Lance almost had that one.
So Northwestern State
They're
Demons.
the Demons, yep.
Okay. Colgate and Lafayette play each other tonight in the Patriot League. Colgate seems like, are they
Patriots?
They're the Raiders.
They're the Red Raiders, I believe.
Red
yeah.
Raiders.
And Lafayette, it's the Patriot League. Lafayette, I'm going to go Lions.
I'm going to say Colonials.
I'll say Crusaders.
Ooh. Well, you come up with good nicknames, man. Crusaders, thanks, I like
Oh, they were the Leopards.
Wow.
That's a little bit weird. For,
like leopard as in the old... no, I'm not talking about the animal. I'm talking about the condition.
No, not the leper. Their skin is not falling off. The leopards. They are in Easton, Pennsylvania. A leopard seems a little out of place in Easton, Pennsylvania to me, but I could be wrong.
And then the Big Sky tonight, Northern Arizona, they're the Lumberjacks.
They
I think
are.
I remember.
Yep,
and Montana State is the Bobcats.
Bobcats, yep.
Bobcats. I know that from football.
They got the worst gear in the world. When I was in Bozeman looking around, Montana State's gear looks like something you would have seen at Sears and Roebuck back in the early 80s. I mean, seriously, they have no good gear.
3 more automatic bids tonight in the Southland Patriot and the Big Sky. Bubble games to watch today. And tell me if I'm right about this. West Virginia, are they in or not? They get Texas Tech today to start the Big 12 tournament, 6 o'clock ESPNU for that one. I feel like West Virginia is in regardless of what happens in that one. Texas Tech has to win the tournament to be in, but it would help West Virginia if they win this game tonight for sure.
Definitely.
Yep.
North Carolina's got to win.
Boston College, who eliminated Notre Dame last night, plays North Carolina 6 o'clock on ESPN2. I don't know if I would think North Carolina may have to win the whole tournament, but they definitely need to play deep into this ACC tournament to be in the conversation. I know they're out right now.
Yeah, I think if they win a couple of games based on name, based on the fact they played for a national championship, I think they find themselves in this. I think they come out and scorch BC today. That's actually my lock, minus 11.5.
Early
Let's
lock.
jump from 9.5 to 11.5, but I expect them to fully play well.
So their potential path would take them, I mean, they got to play number 2 Virginia next. I mean, that's our number 2 seed in the ACC, Virginia. So there's a good win. And then, you know, they catch Clemson, NC State winner. It's a win. I mean, that's not like one's going to blow you away, but that's the ACC this year.
Yeah, that's been the problem with the ACC this year. That lock, by the way, snuck in there by LT, giving it to you live on the air here, is brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill Services, always hooking you up.
Yeah, and Hemp Hill Services right now, they're offering a $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. Their team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Oklahoma and Oklahoma State. Oklahoma has to win the tournament to get in, even though they demolished Alabama. Oklahoma State's definitely a bubble team. They must win tonight, 8:30 ESPNU. And Virginia Tech and NC State also in the ACC tournament tonight, 8:30 ESPN2 with bracket implications there. So there's a little basketball for you. LT mentioned some of the NFL news from yesterday. We'll jump into that next when we come back on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Hey, college sports fans, are you looking for a debit card branded with your favorite team? Check out Fan Cards. They offer more than 30 officially licensed MasterCard debit cards for the biggest teams, like Alabama, Auburn, Tennessee, and LSU. You can show your team pride while managing your finances. Plus, set up direct deposit for chances to win tickets to see your favorite team play. Visit myfancard.com to learn more and sign up today. That's myfancard.com, the ultimate way to support your team and manage your money.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you. Remember, go vote. Taylor is constantly sending out from all our platforms your opportunity to go vote on our bracket punishment. And some of you are like, I don't like this one or I don't like that one over in the chat room. Well, make sure you're voting, man, on the ones you like. Different punishments for different people. Like for me, the calendar thing is tough for me because I don't want to go shirtless ever. I don't know if there is a picture of me in the wild anywhere with my shirt off. Maybe one from my honeymoon, and even then, a quarter of a century ago, was not a good look.
I'm sure, but you skin off when you're at the pool, when you're at the beach, so people see you without your shirt. I think 2 are so easy for whoever loses. And
now, to be fair, you said that about your punishment last year, and turned out not to be easy at all.
No, I didn't say that. I was dreading it. I said this nonstop, and everybody will back me up. Since doing the stand-up comedy, it was the one that I feared the most. Because I had no idea. I thought I was going to be gone for 7-8 days.
Well,
I didn't want to ride. No, I was only gone 4 days. I didn't want to ride a train. I didn't want to do the bus. I thought you guys were going to send me to Washington. I didn't want to fly all the way out there. So I dreaded that one. Testicle Festival, though, go to a festival, eat a couple of foods. Completely boring. The only reason people are voting that is because the word testicle is in it. And the calendar, to me, it's a one-day shoot.
Oh, I doubt we knocked those out in 1 day, but I don't want to go shirtless. But
the polygraph could scar somebody for life
when you lose.
The other one, the country, that is a ton of work on whoever loses.
See, polygraph is the most boring to me.
Yeah, to me, I've never been on board with the polygraph one. I think it's kind of blah to me.
Yeah, I like the other 3.
Yeah, see, I think we could get – nobody would be surprised anything that comes out polygraph. I think we could get something out of both of you guys that people would be shocked with.
Yeah, but go vote whichever one you want to see, and we'll jump in it. Didn't I go to a nude beach on my honeymoon? Yes,
you did,
Stephen.
Jim.
One rule about nude beaches is there are no cameras, as far as we know.
Yeah, I wonder how they do that now. We were talking to Brittany Wagner, who was up here for Next Round Cocktails.
Oh, I want to hear how this
Monday.
is. No. Hold on.
Jim's going to pour a drink.
Were you up here after we did it?
I was.
Okay, did you hear her talking about? No, it was the Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle show.
Yeah. She was at Rock and Chappelle.
She said when you walked in, the line was so long, and she had no idea why. And when you got up to the front, they made you scanned your tickets, then you immediately cut off your phone, which they didn't pre-warn anybody, and they put it in almost like a some kind of carry bag where they lock the top of it.
Oh, yeah. I've done this before.
Yeah, see, I've never done this.
The Lumineers, when they played the Lyric, I I was actually sitting behind our friend David Upton from Craneworks and Taylor Hicks. They were in the row in front of me.
Why would the Lumineers do this?
Well, because they were working on their show here in Birmingham before they went out there, and they were playing some new music that had not been released yet. And they did not want, and they may have been shooting a video too, and they didn't want it to leak out the music and stuff. So it was absolutely, you could take it in a pouch in case you got an emergency message, but you could not shoot a video or anything. There was no way to listen or use it.
So anyway, she was amazed that some people were like, I don't have a phone, which, everybody's lying that says they don't have a phone. And she said nobody was like obvious using their phone, but people nonstop were getting thrown out because they must have had some kind of, some kind of device to figure out who actually was using cell phones and where they were.
Yeah. I mean, I am a guy that occasionally on concerts, I will...
So my point is, I guess you could probably get one out on a nude beach.
Oh, I'm sure you could, but, I mean, how creepy do you look as the guy with taking a photo?
A picture, yeah.
Yeah, on a nude beach. But I haven't been to one in a couple of weeks. I'm kidding. 24 years.
So you dread the one that I would the one I would dread the most probably would be polygraph.
The one I would dread the most is the calendar. Next would be the singing, because I cannot sing. I've told you many times.
None of us can sing.
None of us can sing.
I know.
That's going to be the humor in it.
But I can't. I mean, you suck, and I can't sing as good as you. You don't suck.
No, I do. Yeah.
You're
I do think country music is the easiest genre to sing.
Yeah. I can't even lip sync. Like Lunsford and his beautiful wife recorded me lip syncing one time. I can't even lip sync. I cannot carry a beat at all. So it'll be a disaster for me. But I dread taking my shirt off on a permanent picture. We'll have to frame things up and maybe airbrush it a little bit for me.
I love how much work's going into the calendar now. We're
Brown, would you
airbrushing this thing.
would you dread any of them?
Not really. I've always, like
Mr. 100.
I mean, the trips have seemed daunting, but I've always found a way to find some enjoyment in all of them.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I agree with that. The problem is there's a cost. There's got to be a second person that goes because you can't do those videos alone.
Yeah, I would tell you that
I'm not worried about the cost.
Yeah, Brown.
Well, I mean, they're all going to cost something.
Brown may be
not really.
Yeah, they are.
Brown may
going to cost something.
Brown may be the most boring polygraph in the history of polygraphs.
Everybody's got skeletons. We could pull some out.
I don't know if you can, but I mean, if I'm hooked up, we'll see.
But a polygraph would $200.
Yeah,
maybe.
$200.
The country music video.
That's the free one. That's work for somebody.
Yeah, and the
as I said in our meeting the other day,
calendar's pretty cheap too.
As I said,
have you ever printed a calendar?
No.
Oh.
As I said in our meeting the other day, the only person that gets punished the most, other than the viewers and listeners on our country music punishment, because they have to listen to us, is Forrester, who has to do all the work on it.
Okay, I do want to point out, Forrester, part of his job is putting videos together.
Just saying, he would then have to listen over and over and over as he makes those edits every 5 seconds or 6 seconds on the video to our horrible voices in our head. I mean, I can't tell you how long it will take editing, and when you're making those edits, having to listen to the same word over and over. Bear feed and whatever my song is, he'd have to hear that while he's making an edit. He would be the one that would need a vacation day after that one. So go vote. And Taylor's sending that out from all our platforms. We look forward to the bracket challenge. And as all of you point out, don't lose and you don't have to worry about it.
That's what I've always said on that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Brown coining that phrase, don't lose. You never have to worry about all of that.
That's right.
Our friends at MyBookie helping you be a winner no matter what you're playing today. And again, day basketball, if you want to get into that early on, as all the major tournaments crank up today and tomorrow, MyBookie.ag gets you into March Madness.
You can play all those games, starting with the SEC tournament tonight, the ACC continuing, all the conference tournaments, and March Madness coming up right there at MyBookie.ag. Bet on the NBA, NHL, UFC, play for a big share of cash prizes, the weekly blackjack tournaments, all right there at MyBookie.ag. Now, here's the great deal at MyBookie.ag. When you sign up and you use code NEXTROUND, you'll get a $2,000 bonus, up to $2,000 bonus, right there in your account, up to $2,000 in your account when you sign up with code NEXTROUND. Now, a lot of places will give you a cash bonus, but that bonus means you've got to bet it like 5 times, 6 times, 8 times, 10 times, whatever, for it to become yours. not mybookie.ag. It is yours on the first bet and yours forever. Up to $2,000 when you sign up with code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. That is mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
All right. Always love the folks there at MyBookie. We'll get into all that NFL news coming up in the next segment. Later in the show, Todd Fuhrman's time today. All of you guys always enjoy Todd with us. He'll be with us at 11:45 Central, right after Trash. Andy Kennedy, UAB, before they start their conference tournament, 12 noon today. And then Alabama star Nimari Burnett joins the show. Nimari getting ready to join us throughout the SEC and NCAA tournaments as part of our deal with our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. A little NIL deal to give a little back to Nimari Burnett and some of the great Alabama basketball players. So we'll talk to Nimari coming up at 12:35 Central later today. But Brownie, in his continuing update of the Ken Pom National Championship numbers, and again, as Brown will tell you, this is fluid into the tournament, but a couple of more of these before we get to the brackets. Who are national championship contenders right now, Brown, according to Ken Pom?
Well, if you don't remember, Ken Pom, top 40 and top 25 defensive efficiency teams. Teams that fit in both those categories have won every national championship since Ken Pom started keeping up with it.
Top 40 offensive
and top 25 defensive.
Okay.
Yep. Top 40 offense, top 25 defense. This goes back to 2002. Every national champion has fit into this category. Now, as we always point out, they do this at the end of the tournament. So all their games in their conference and NCAA tournament factor into this. So some teams that might just miss the cut, they may be back inside this by the time they win the national championship. I'll cover that in a moment. But there are 8 teams right now. 8 teams that fit the criteria. So here are your 8 Ken Pom potential national champions going into conference tournament play. UCLA.
Okay, can you hold on a second?
I may hold on, Jim.
Because we have a stake bet where I've got everyone else but a group of teams.
All right, you get the field?
LT's got...
Well, I'm going to assume that my 6 teams, I remember Kansas has got to be in there, Brown.
Yeah, okay, we'll get to them. When he calls them out, I'll let you know if you have them. You do not have UCLA. Go.
Houston.
He's got Houston.
Creighton.
He doesn't have Creighton.
Creighton ain't winning it.
Mark that.
Yeah, mark it.
Texas.
He's got Texas.
Coach of the Year, Rodney Terry. Lance, that's who you got. Sporting News Coach of the Year. Purdue.
He's got Purdue.
The University of Connecticut.
He doesn't have Connecticut. Oh, wait, is Connecticut winning it?
Better chance at Creighton.
Kansas.
He's got Kansas.
And the University of Alabama.
And he's got Alabama. The one that you didn't mention that he has as well is Virginia.
Yeah, Virginia has slipped it a little bit, Lance. Their problem is offense. Well, both. They don't fit either, in fact. They're 34th defensive, 74th offensive, so they would have a lot of ground to make up. Let me just quickly give you some teams that are close enough that I would suppose they could close the gap. I just don't know how easy it is to trim some of these numbers here, but TCU is 24th defensively. But they're 57th offensively, so they're 17 spots out of the offensive efficiency. I would suppose with a good run in the tournament, maybe you could close that gap.
Likely not.
Auburn is 25th defensively and 56th offensively, so they're actually right where TCU is. Suppose maybe Auburn could close that gap.
Really quick stat on Auburn. In their last 5 games, they're hitting 39.4% from beyond the three-point line.
That'll get it done.
Last five games, they've been shooting the three really well.
Yeah, Bama's the complete opposite of that.
25 of the last 1 million shots they've taken.
A team that could potentially close the gap and get into that would be I lost him. I am so sorry about this.
It's easily going to be the team,
Maryland.
Maryland. I like to call Maryland.
Yeah.
They're not even going to make the tournament.
That's weird. They're 32nd offensively and 30th defensively. I mean, they are very, very close to fitting into this window. They might not even make. You say they're not going to make the tournament.
One of the asterisks to your thing there they have to also make the NCAA tournament.
It does help. Yes, it is quite helpful. So those are some of the teams that are borderline. Texas A&M, by the way, borderline 36 defensively, 31 offensively.
Where's Arizona?
Oh, gosh, Lance, give me 2 seconds here on Arizona.
Because I thought at one point, like 2 or 3 weeks ago,
they were in it. They're 52nd defensively, so they have really slipped defensively. But 6th offensively.
Long way away. Brown will give us one more Ken Pom update of the teams that are fitting a criteria that usually the national champions come from once we see the brackets next week before everything cranks up in March Madness. We're 171 days away from college football in week 0. But when we come back, we'll talk NFL football. Some of you reacting to some of the moves made yesterday, including a double dip from the New York Giants. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, remember the phrase or the word Montevallo. Montevallo. It's where you could find your place in college or your son and daughter. Great class sizes, small, so you succeed academically. Wonderful NCAA Division II, fully funded scholarship sports. 21 of those for the men and the women who may want to continue their high school athletic career in college. Great campus life, beautiful campus according to Southern Living. See everything is scheduled an in-person tour at montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we roll on. 1 hour down, 3 more to go here on the Next Round. Bracketology's out. Auburn's easily a 9 right now. So's Arkansas. They play each other as the SEC tournament tomorrow night, 6 o'clock up at Bridgestone. We're up there Friday and for the weekend, for Friday and Saturday. Losers on Broadway, right across from Bridgestone. So if Auburn is still playing on Friday and Alabama obviously starting that day off. We'll be there for those games. Your chance to swing by and say hi to us. Looking forward to being up in Nashville with all our friends from the SEC. The tournament starts tonight with Ole Miss in South Carolina at 6. Winner gets Tennessee, LSU, and Georgia. Winner gets Vandy. And then we're into the full bracket of the tournament up in Nashville. Other headlines include the NFL. We'll get to that right after Brownie tells us about our friends at Alabama Power.
Yeah, Alabama Power is giving you plenty of options, ease, and control when paying your power bill. You can use the digital wallet, secure, offering convenient payment methods, and you're probably already familiar with all of them. Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo. All you need is an online account. Visit alabamapower.com/myaccount to get started today.
Just some stake bets coming up involving basketball that could be paid off very soon. Jim has Auburn football in the playoffs before Auburn hoops back in the Final Four. Doesn't seem like an Auburn team that can make a run to the Final Four, but you never know. We'll see who gets there first. Auburn basketball, the Final Four. I've got an SEC team not named Kentucky winning a national championship before Gonzaga. A couple of times this one's almost ended. Gonzaga's looked like that team. It feels like we made that right after South Carolina.
And then Auburn, I don't remember.
And then Auburn, and it's the longest running stake bet that's been on there of college basketball of all the others.
I'm not sweating it because I think the only one that could win 6 games is Alabama, and the way they're playing right now.
One that I got 3-1 odds on that doesn't look like it's going to happen. It looks like it's going to be the Big 12, not the Big East. When Gonzaga wins a national championship, they'll be a Big East conference team. I would get 3 stakes to 1, but if I lose it, it's 1 to LT. Looks like they're going to join the Big 12. That is big discussion going on right now. In fact, that they're talking about bringing them into the Big 12. And I tell you, man, Gonzaga in the Big 12, you're getting Houston in there next year, throw Gonzaga in there, get a pretty good little Cincinnati. You easily make up with losing Texas and Oklahoma at that point.
And, and Oklahoma is not even a factor this year.
I've got no more Final Fours for John Calipari at Kentucky. That could go down this year in your favor. We mentioned the teams you've got the field. One that I'm going to win, Auburn in the tournament, Samford out of the tournament was mine. Samford got eliminated, so they will not be in the tournament. Auburn's going to be there. I'm going to win that one. And then I've got Alabama or Texas A&M winning the SEC tournament. You've got anybody else winning the SEC tournament. Those are our basketball ones in college basketball anyway. A couple of crazy NBA ones I've got no shot at.
You're not even watching the NBA.
Yeah.
You don't even know if you win them or lose them.
A long time ago, I have the New York Knicks winning a championship before the 2040 season is over.
Well, I want to tell you the 5th seed right now in the East.
And you've got until 2040.
They're playing really good basketball right now.
You got plenty of time.
Oh, that's 5-1, by the way. But that's never going to happen. I mean, winning a championship.
Yeah.
I mean, being a 5 seed in the East is not good. And I've got Ja Morant never winning an NBA championship, 3-1.
Well, he's not helping himself right now.
No.
I mean, one of the dumbest players in college basketball right now, or in the NBA right now, what he's doing. And he's suspended at least a couple of games, and I don't know how long this suspension could go.
That game got bloody last night, Grizzlies and Lakers. I only saw the highlight of
Anthony Davis.
Anthony Davis getting his nose cracked open a little bit there. Had to leave the court for a little bit. All right, so we're getting ready for the NFL season, off-season, the craziness. And yesterday was a big day as well. Some of you we'll start with the New York Giants. Some of you are questioning what the Giants are doing. They give Daniel Jones, ahead of having to tag him, 4 years, $160 million. $82 million of that is guaranteed. And by doing that, they're able to tag Saquon Barkley. First off, it is cheaper to tag a running back than it is to tag a quarterback. You tag a quarterback, it's $45 million. You tag the running back, it's $10.1 million. So just financially, it's smarter to tag the running back than the quarterback if you have that option.
Well, and Barkley's got the non-exclusive franchise tender, which means somebody can offer him more. The Giants would have the ability to match that, or they would get 2 first-rounders. As good as Barkley was this year, he's been injured 19 basically through 21, missed the entire 2020 season. So I think he's he's so injury prone. I don't think anybody's going to actually pay more than $10 million or give up 2 ones. So I think they've locked him in.
And just Brown, look at the value you get, because we saw Tony Pollard get tagged from the Cowboys, Saquon with the Giants, Josh Jacobs, who, by the way, led the league in rushing and had over 2,000 yards from scrimmage. He got tagged. $10.1 million for playmakers at running back. Just 1 year, $10.1 million. That's a value for you to only have to do that at that position.
No, absolutely. And the fact that it's a value, Jim, but I think the biggest part of the value is you're only locked into 1 year of that.
That's exactly right.
Because, first of all, Saquon Barkley's injury history worries the heck out of you if you were to do a long-term deal with him. But second of all, it's just running backs this day and age. I mean, you just don't want to be long-term married to any running back. Look at what a mess it is for Ezekiel Elliott and Dallas right now. And look at what Tennessee's having to do with maybe their best player. I mean, Derrick Henry might still be Tennessee's best player when he's 100% healthy. And they're ready to move on from him just because of the contract.
Yeah. Bobby, we were talking Daniel Jones, not Lamar Jackson. As we flip to Lamar Jackson.
Well, real quick on Daniel Jones, though.
Okay.
$40 million a year. I don't know where that stacks in the pecking order of quarterbacks. And looking, the cycle will continue to go up when guys like Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert and those guys come around to get their second contracts. But Daniel Jones, I don't have a problem with them locking him up, but $40 million a year is ridiculous.
Yeah, and if they had tagged him the franchise tag, not the non-exclusive tag, he would have been $45 million. So a little bit of a 1 year value there, but you're locked into $82 million guaranteed. That's a lot of money. He's your quarterback for the foreseeable future. On the flip side, the non-exclusive tag is less, Bobby, than $45 million. It is a $34 million obligation for Baltimore. But the problem here is that somebody can come and steal Lamar if you want. And the one everyone is referencing is just look at what Cleveland paid Deshaun Watson in a fully guaranteed contract. What was the number on that? It was $230 million fully guaranteed for Deshaun Watson. And by the way, Lamar Jackson's better than Deshaun Watson, at least has been in recent years. Is there a chance that somebody comes in and says, we're going to give Lamar Jackson a ton of money. We'll reset the market so much that it scares the Ravens off to where they don't even match it?
Well, you know, the Jets were one of those teams that were in conversations. The Saints were a possibility. They locked up Derek Carr. Now you've got the Falcons out there, which sources are saying the Falcons are not a player now with Lamar Jackson. The one team that could be key on this is the Vegas Raiders.
Well, and because Lamar doesn't think he's getting enough here. I mean,
and he's not. I mean, compared to if I'm Lamar, you're going to pay me $32 million this season,
right?
And you're going to pay Daniel Jones. You're going to lock him up for $40 million a season.
That's right. And what was the offer?
They're the same age.
I mean, he turned down a 5-year deal that looked like a lot of money, but if you break it down, it would have put him nowhere near the top of what quarterbacks are getting paid. What he turned down from Baltimore and their one long offer they had. What Baltimore is wanting to happen here is for Lamar to see what everyone else is willing to pay him and realize that the deal they were offering him was slightly above market value for him.
Yeah, and I've still got a feeling that Lamar will end up signing a long-term deal with the Ravens, just not at what he wants to get in the next, forgot what the date on that is, March 17th maybe.
But that's not what I'm cheering for. I want to see somebody come in and say, we're going to roll the dice on Lamar Jackson. We're going to give him a long-term deal so big that the Ravens do not match that to hold on to him.
Oh, I would love it. Yeah,
because they're gambling. I don't think we've ever seen a quarterback get the non-exclusive where that team really wanted to keep them.
Well,
right?
The last quarterback to get the non-exclusive was Kirk Cousins in 2016.
And he got bought away by the Vikings, right?
Yeah. They were happy. Well, I shouldn't say they were happy to let him walk, but that's the whole reason he got the non-exclusive tag. I mean, the best way to determine value is a guy to hit the open market, right? So the open market can bid on Lamar Jackson's services here. We'll see if – I mean, I think you guys both think he'll get a bigger offer than this, don't you?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean,
I felt like you thought Vegas definitely would.
No, I think Vegas is a player in this. But
Chase says the Ravens are making the right decision with Lamar. I know it's an uncommon opinion, but people have to stop acting like Lamar Jackson is missing meals with his tag salary. Listen, nobody is missing meals in the quarterback position in the NFL. But you want to be paid what is fair for your position. And Lamar thinks he's at one place. The Ravens don't think he's right there. And that's how you get up into this situation.
Yeah, I don't know that it's necessarily the money either. You just got to understand with these franchise tags, the thing that's in the back of every player's mind is if I have the catastrophic injury this year, my career is over. And there's no more contract. because I'm on a one-year deal. And now, Lamar Jackson's made a lot of money, so a lot of people would say, well, he should have saved his money, and okay, you can make that argument, but most players in the NFL don't have to worry about that because most players are under a multi-year contract where if I get cut, you're still going to owe me some money. But if
Volfan 205 says Lamar needs an agent, that is one side note to this, that he negotiates his own contract.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I mean, I think that has been a problem from day one. I just think there's kind of a conflict of interest there. I mean, Daniel Jones, you talk about the catastrophic injury. Now he's going to get $82 million guaranteed once he signs.
So if he gets hurt tomorrow, he's set for life. And that's what Lamar Jackson is looking at and saying he may be saying it's about the money, but I don't blame him for looking at that and saying, even if I'm not getting the kind of Daniel Jones money, and I guess there's probably a number where Lamar could get that long-term contract.
Yeah, here are quarterbacks that will make more than Lamar this year. Russell Wilson.
That's robbery, though. I mean, Russell Wilson should not be making more than Lamar Jackson.
I'm not going to include obvious ones, but Russell Wilson, Kyler Murray.
Lamar's better.
Matt Stafford, because of the injury, I don't know what to say. I mean, he won a Super Bowl last year.
But all you have to say is you, as a Rams fan, would take Lamar Jackson over Matthew Stafford.
Fair enough.
That's all you have to say.
Dak Prescott, Kirk Cousins, and Jared Goff, all making more money than Lamar.
Lamar is better than most of those quarterbacks.
I think he's better than all of them. I mean, Matt Stafford would be the only debate when healthy.
Goff had a really good end of the year last year, but do I believe Goff can do that long term? I do not. Dak Prescott, I think Lamar's the better of the two quarterbacks.
Rusty says it's not the Ravens' fault that Denver is stupid. But
no, I agree.
That's what happens here is, and it won't happen this way, but what if the Texans, who I just assume, I haven't looked at salary cap numbers, I'm just assuming because their team sucks, they're not up against a cap wall or anything. What if they decide, man, if I've got the 2 and the 12 picks, I could go overpay for Lamar Jackson, who, as Daniel says, is a top 5 quarterback, but you definitely put him in the top 10, wherever you are. I get a proven commodity instead of drafting one of these.
I'd much rather do that, yeah.
Drafting one of these rookies.
I would give up the 2 and 12 for Lamar.
Well, you don't have to give them up.
You don't even have to give them up.
It's a free agent.
Yeah.
You have to pay. You just have to say, I'm going to outbid everybody.
To Jim's point, with that roster.
That's not true. If Lamar goes to another team, they've got to give up 2 ones.
Oh, do they really?
Yeah.
Is that part of
the money plus the 2 ones?
So he's not a free agent?
He's a non-exclusive tag, which means, let's say that Houston comes and offers him $40 million a year. Baltimore can match that. If they choose not to, then they receive 2 first-round picks in compensation.
But to your point, let's just continue that. Is it worth 2 first-round picks to get a known commodity at quarterback?
Again, I give up 2 and 12. If they've got number 2 and 12 this year,
I wouldn't do that.
I would.
Why not?
He's 26 years old.
The one pick you're going to use on quarterback is at best a 50-50 shot. Very best.
It is a gamble.
And I know what I'm getting in Lamar Jackson.
But I've got a lot of parts. I got to fill down there. I would like to go young quarterback and then one great edge rusher.
Yeah, but that edge rusher could be the best that's ever played the game. If you miss at quarterback, you ain't in the playoffs.
You're not. I don't know what I would do, but I don't think I would do that. I wouldn't give up my 2s. I understood that if I was a restricted free agent, I could do that. I did not know that the non-exclusive franchise tag carried with it that 2 first-round penalty too. That hurt my plan there. I'll
just read it right here.
I was already working for D'Amico Ryans trying to.
I would still do it.
Reset the market and still pick 2 and 12.
Non-exclusive tag means Jackson can now engage in contract talks with other teams. If he signs an offer sheet with another team, Baltimore has the right to match the offer to keep him or take 2 first-round picks as compensation.
I would still do it.
I would too.
To me, a known quarterback is worth 2 first-round picks. Let me ask you this.
Bobby says, does Houston lose their first-round picks, or are they compensatory, added to the first round?
No, I think they lose them.
Donovan, you're a Tampa fan.
But you could spread it out. You could do 1 this year. You could do the number 2 overall this year, and you could do whatever their first-round pick is in 2024.
Name me an NFL
24, yeah.
Name me an NFL quarterback you like. Just name any of them.
I don't really like any of them, Brown.
You don't like any NFL quarterback?
No, I'm about to go to the season with Kyle Trask. I'm trying to fall in love with him.
Any NFL quarterback. Give me one you like.
I mean, I like Aaron Rodgers, the way he plays. I like, Pat
Mahomes.
Do I like the way he plays? Yeah, I like Joe Burrow.
Would you trade 2 first-round picks for him right now?
For Joe Burrow?
You're having to think about this?
I mean, I would, but I don't have in Houston, I don't have what he has around him in Cincinnati. So, I mean, I get Joe Burrow in Houston. We're going to have a good quarterback, and we're going to suck unless I get some other players.
Okay, but you can go get Tyreek Hill, Jamar Chase, and Cooper Kupp. And if you don't have a good quarterback, that's not going to matter.
Boy, I think those guys can make a quarterback look good.
You think about what the Rams gave up.
IEC Brock Purdy.
What the Rams gave up for Stafford. They gave up 2 1s, Jared Goff, and a third-round pick.
Now, it's put you way behind the 8 ball in the future, but you won a Super Bowl with it. Yeah.
I mean,
so it was worth it.
By the way, a big story in The Athletic today is it's time now for the last 2 of the last 3 Super Bowl champions to pay the bill for winning the Super Bowl, and it's the Rams and Bucks.
Wow.
We
took out a loan, and the loan's due. Yeah.
We've dumped Donovan Smith. We've already lost Jamal Dean, and we've got other players we're about to cut just to get under the cap.
Bobby Wagner had 140 tackles this year. He's gone after 1 year. Allen Robinson is only 29 years old. He's gone after 1 year. They are about to release Leonard Floyd. He's been one of the best pass rushers in the league for the last couple of years, and they're about to get rid of Jalen Ramsey. So it's a complete rebuild for the Rams.
Would you pull up Mark Davis, owner of the Raiders, Las Vegas Raiders, just so we can
Google really good haircut?
Bobby says the Raiders wouldn't be so cash-strapped if Mark Davis didn't always spend his money on haircuts. It's just good, right now, to just remind everybody what Mark Davis looks like. We don't do this enough.
Dom Capers has got his hair. It's just a different color now.
Yep.
But if he were Dom Capers, I would say Mark Davis would look better in Dom Capers' wig. Would you not?
I would tell you, Mark Davis got a lot of Apache in him.
He does. I've always thought that. Yeah. Hello, Birmingham.
Could that be Apache?
What happened over to the left? No, back down. Right there in the black.
Well, I think that's them putting Gruden's hair on him, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's a Photoshop.
He might have just grown it out.
You think so?
Yeah,
I think that's
maybe.
Gruden's hair.
I mean, at what point do you look in the mirror and say, "I'm going to take the one right there, the
bowl cut, the Hell Caesar"?
I mean, let the bangs go, my man.
That's a rough look.
It is a rough look.
You know what? I bet it doesn't affect his day-to-day at all.
You think he could roll around in money anytime he wants?
Anytime he wants.
You think? Oh, look at that one!
Oh my gosh!
I mean,
yikes!
Was he thinking about buying the San Diego Padres right then?
That was the days. Hey, give me a good summer cut.
Yeah, I mean, it's like he does it himself.
Oof, that's a rough look.
I saw yesterday on Notre Dame's campus they had the Run of the Gingers.
Right.
He would have been out there, right?
Oh yeah, he's a strong ginger,
and his hair wouldn't change in the wind. All right, quick break here as you watch the next round, part of our show being brought to you by Dr. B. Speaking of hair, Dr. B getting your hair looking a hell of a lot better than Mark Davis's.
Again, it's been almost a year now that I've been treated by Dr. Beckenstein. Dr. Beckenstein was the first name when I asked around, started to thin. Everyone said Dr. B is the guy you need to go see. Hair already 14% thicker. Guarantee it's thicker than that now. Haven't been actually in Dr. B's office in a few months, but going back next week to get this new Sensus transdermal infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary, as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. T3hair.net for more information. Again, our friend Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft. Hair restoration in Alabama remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Call today. Get that free consultation, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round. Welcome in. Our buddy Aaron Suttles, LT, they dropped a new Bama and Bourbon, Chicken Cocks the Bourbon this week. Did you do the rye?
We did not. I let Aaron choose. I said, do you want to do the regular?
Yep.
Just straight up bourbon, or do you want to do the rye? And he said, let's just do the bourbon right now. And I'll tell you, the chicken cock is really good. We had it in the fall of 2021, but the regular bourbon has got a little spice to it, too.
It does. It's got a little burn to it. I love the rye is what I'm drinking right now at home, chicken cock. It's the Bama and Bourbon this week. But Aaron Suttles, who just had their second, he and his wonderful wife just had their second child, but Suttles' kid number 1 had great wardrobe yesterday. Check this out.
Oh, look at him.
What's in that sippy cup?
Not a Bama and Bourbon, I promise you, right there. But a good-looking T-shirt there for the young man. Suttles raising him right there.
Hey, and I did learn something about chicken cock yesterday because our friend Ashley Smith is one of the great faces behind chicken cock, and she sent me, I just wanted to tell you all a couple of little things. Where was it? Oh my gosh. I had something really good here. Oh, Rooster Tails used to stir cocktails.
What?
I.e. a cocktail.
They used to use a rooster tail to stir the drink, so they started calling it a cocktail?
Yep.
Oh, I like that. So that was what they did to mix the drinks.
And they said also mixing sugar, bitters, and spirits. You swirl it up, the ingredients, it looks like a rooster's tail.
Okay.
A morning revival, the original, quote, hair of the dog when you wake up and find need to cock your tail.
Yeah. Interesting. All Bama and Bourbon, you can go see that whole podcast on Alabama Athletics right now on all of our video platforms, including the YouTube channel. Like and subscribe when you're there. We told you about, we got another announcement for you here. We just couldn't announce it at the same time because of paperwork, but we already told you Nimari Burnett is joining us through March. There's that announcement yesterday, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Live weekly interviews with Nimari Burnett starting later today. It'll be with us at 12:35. But Brown, one more announcement. Some of you were talking about this in the chat room. We just had to wait to get the signature in. What's the other big announcement, Brownie?
Same length of time through the tournament. Wendell Green from Auburn.
Oh, Wendell Green from Auburn will be with us.
Auburn Tiger Wendell Green Jr. starting tomorrow morning, 9:25. So we are excited and Jelly Walker will continue with us. So we'll have players' reaction, whether they're in the tournament or not. They'll go all the way through the week after the national championship game. We'll get all their thoughts on their teams as they advance through the tournament, hopefully very, very deep, and the tournament as a whole. So we're excited about that.
All right. So Nimari Burnett today at 12:35. Wendell Green starts his weekly live visit with us through the NCAA tournament. Tomorrow morning at 9:25, and Jelly Walker continues throughout the process as well. Great stuff right there.
You brought up, was it 25,000 to 1?
Yeah.
I slightly missed that.
Number, yeah.
No, I would say if UAB gets in this tournament, UAB, Auburn, and Alabama, all three in the Final Four, I don't know, 25,000 to 1 fair?
I mean, that's close to fair, but even still, that's a crazy number.
It's a crazy number, but they would all have to be in different regions, too.
Yeah, I'd say that's a good number.
Yeah.
Hey, you should take that steak bed, Jim.
Yeah, thanks, Lunsford.
Like 25 to 1 steaks.
Yeah. So that's our basketball coverage we'll have from the players themselves. That we'll give a little back to them with NIL for the interviews. We'll get to Todd Fuhrman, Andy Kennedy, and Nimari Burnett coming up in the bit. Back to NFL moves and everything is going on right after LT tells us about our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
969-8100, that is the number you need to write down. Look, if you wear contacts, you're wasting money each and every year on Contacts and Solution. I'm speaking from experience. I did it for about a decade. Finally went to see Dr. Mark Michelson. I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind without the contacts. Didn't even realize that. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business, 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
All right, so the NFL movement continues, and one big piece of the puzzle still to fall is going to be Aaron Rodgers. Yesterday, the Jets flew all the way from New York, where the Jets are located, to California, where Aaron Rodgers lives, and met with Aaron Rodgers. There seems to be some interest from Aaron Rodgers in the New York Jets, and the Jets at least seem to be interested in exploring and picking up their $60 million price tag it would to get Aaron Rodgers to wear the green of the New York Jets. What do you think about the movement yesterday on that front?
Well, look, he's still one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. I don't know where Camarillo, California is. That's the airport they flew into.
I bet it's nice. Sounds nice.
It is just amazing that Aaron Rodgers, man, we're going to drag this out as long as we possibly can.
Well, he told us he was going to make it quick this year.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he went into darkness 2 weeks ago.
We got to think, man.
Yeah, but what did the dark? You should come out with clarity, right?
That's what the darkness is for,
you
for
should
clarity.
be decisive when you come out of the darkness. It's been 2 weeks. He's still dragging this out. You've got Jets players, including Breece Hall. You also, who else was it? Sauce Gardner was tweeting at him. I mean, everybody wants him. All Jets fans, whoever they are.
Why
out
would
there.
you not?
Yeah, I mean, because right now what you've got on the roster is Zach Wilson. And the Jets have already said, look, this is not going to be our starting quarterback. We want to groom him for maybe in the future.
But tell me, man, if you're Aaron Rodgers, give me a better place you could go to have as much fun as you possibly could have in life than being in New York City and making that team good again. Can you imagine how much buzz would be in New York if you're making a Super Bowl run with the Jets, if you're Aaron Rodgers?
Well, I think if he was to make a Super Bowl run with the Jets, I mean, you could start to make the argument, if he won a Super Bowl with the Jets, you could say Tom Brady won, Aaron Rodgers too. I mean, no disrespect to Peyton Manning and Joe Montana and those others, but if you were to win a Super Bowl with the Jets, we know that's really difficult to do. They haven't been to a Super Bowl since Super Bowl III. They haven't even been relevant, really. I know they went to back-to-back AFC championship games against the Patriots with Mark Sanchez. It never felt like they had any threat of winning a Super Bowl. But this is a guy that's due $109 million over the next 2 years. So the Jets are going to have to pay. And I still think if you pay Aaron Rodgers, at best is the fourth best quarterback in this conference.
You know, Tommy says something in the Vulcan Tower and Automotive chat room. I was thinking, Rodgers in the New York sports media.
He would hate it.
I mean, he's not Kevin Durant thin-skinned, but he hears a lot of things that are said about him.
And you think about where he played. Berkeley, where he was really good at Cal,
and nobody was paying attention,
and then to Green Bay, where they've got a great fan base.
Yeah, but I don't know
how
hot, I don't know how hot the media spotlight is in Milwaukee.
I think they're more friendly.
Yeah,
Milwaukee, Green Bay's its own market, but very small market. Milwaukee's not that big of a market either, relatively speaking. Slightly bigger than Birmingham.
But I'll tell you real quick though, the Raiders haven't won a Super Bowl since '83.
Right.
If he went to Vegas and won a Super Bowl there, you could have a lot of fun in Vegas, too, with that kind of money.
You could. I'm just saying, if he comes to the New York Jets, the expectation is going to be Super Bowl. And if he doesn't win the Super Bowl or at least take them to the Super Bowl, I don't think the media coverage is going to be very friendly of him. And I don't know how that would impact him. He controls his narrative a lot. He and Pat McAfee have that deal where he goes on there and he breaks a lot of his personal and team news in that forum, which is far more – I'm not saying McAfee wouldn't ask him tough questions, but that's – something he's controlling there, right? He's controlling the narrative in that situation.
More on the NFL and the running back situation. One former Alabama player is about to hit free agency and why it's not a good time. After you guys tell us about Odie's, where you guys will be hanging out tonight. It's another award-winning trivia night at Odie's.
Trivia, Lance.
Yes, Odie's Team Trivia tonight, 8 o'clock. It's been a couple of weeks for you and I. We were at the floor Bama last Wednesday, so we're going to be back with Will Haver. Looking forward to that. Come join us. Get there early. Enjoy some of that incredible food from Rodney Davis. Weather's still going to be pretty good tonight, maybe a little cool. They've got heaters out on that patio. You can watch a lot of college basketball, SEC tournament out there. Enjoy the incredible food again from Rodney Davis. Ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. It's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Kevin says it takes me 2 weeks and a bloodletting to consider a fantasy baseball trade. Cut Rogers some slack here.
Again, it's been longer than 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks since he's been out of the darkness.
Tripp says at least Rogers is honest. Most athletes are posturing and full of crap with the media. Look at Russell Wilson, who's a total fraud. Boy, Russell Wilson's stock dropped so much. When I heard he was trying to get Pete Carroll fired, it makes me look at him totally different than I did before.
I would agree. And Rodgers is, I just think that he is one of these guys that, again, I just don't think he's totally dedicated to the craft. I heard somebody this morning talking about, Tom Brady came back and won a Super Bowl with Tampa Bay. They also said Tom Brady was throwing in the offseason to high schoolers. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is doing that. He's hiking around the jungle with dirty actresses.
Evan says,
I don't blame him. I'm not hating on him. I'm just saying it's hard to be the best at your craft if you're doing that.
Evan says, is Jimmy D not part of the Odie's crew? I am, but on a rare, I'm the emergency quarterback. So I may do 2 dates a year. I'm Brock Purdy, basically. When needed, I go in. But until then, I'm not even dressed for Odie's.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you a week in April, and I'm going to need you at least a week in May.
Wow, look at that. You got 2 starts coming up, Jim.
Look at that. See?
Of course, Rocky will be back, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess Rocky will be back.
You got cut real quick.
Yeah, see, I'm not even in yet, Evan.
People, you thought you had to start.
Okay, here we go. Running backs who are going into free agency. And this is why, already the market's at $10.1 million on the franchise tag, right?
Right.
Okay, so here we go. These running backs are about to be free agent. You want to talk about a soft market. I don't know what these guys are going to get as far as contract offers. But Damian Harris, who has been, he's serviceable in the NFL, not bad. Miles Sanders on the NFC champions, he's a free agent. Kareem Hunt. Devin Singletary from the Bills, Jamal Williams, who had a great year, David Montgomery, Todd Fuhrman. Those are the type of running backs that are about to be free agents. But when you look around the league, it seems like there are a lot of people that play football a lot like those guys right there. It has become sort of a disposable position.
Well, Miles Sanders had a really good year, but you wonder how much of that was that offensive line for Philadelphia.
Yeah, it was the best in the NFL, that offensive line was.
I was really impressed with Jamal Williams. And Jamal Williams is still relatively young. He's 27 years old.
Was he with the Lions?
He was with the Lions, yeah a physical guy. It was a guy that if you watched any of Hard Knocks, and I only watched like 2 or 3 episodes this year, but he talks nonstop. But he was really good this year, too. Over 1,000 yards for Jamal Williams.
But again, I'll go to conference championship weekend. Give me the best 4 running backs, whatever you want to do from this group of teams. 49ers, Eagles, Bengals, Chiefs. Who are the best running backs from that group? 49ers, Eagles, Bengals, Chiefs.
Christian McCaffrey is the best back.
He's the best, and they've invested in him. They're able to do that, though, because they don't pay big quarterback money.
Yeah. Mixon, I like Mixon.
No, Mixon's really good.
Yeah, he's a good running back. I mean,
Pacheco was. I mean, that guy was.
Pacheco played well. Yeah,
but he was a value.
Yeah, Boston Scott. I mean, Miles Sanders. How many of those guys are in the league, though? I mean, how many Pachecos do you have in the league? How many Miles Sanders do you have in the league?
A lot.
Running back.
Those teams are in the conference championship games.
It's an interesting position, though. The Rams, when they made a 2018 Super Bowl run, they.
It was Darrell Henderson, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't Darrell Henderson. It was, oh my gosh, I can't believe Anderson, C.J. Anderson.
C.J. Anderson. I knew it wasn't the guy who was getting paid big bucks to be the running back, right? So wasn't Gurley.
Yeah, Gurley was the guy that, I mean, I hate to say it, but the injury or whatever is what cost the Rams the Super Bowl that year.
Yeah.
But C.J. Anderson was the guy that got them there, guy that beat Dallas.
Now the Buccaneers Super Bowl, Leonard Fournette was fantastic and carried the team. And that night they beat the Kansas City Chiefs and through the playoffs. But you don't have to have one to win the Super Bowl.
So that's my point. You go look at Championship Sunday, and you had 4 teams in there that have good running backs, but they're not a Derrick Henry, they're not a Saquon Barkley, they're not an Ezekiel Elliott that you're paying a ton of money for. They are budget running backs. And I think that's the way to win in the NFL. You invest at quarterback, you invest at pass rusher, you invest at left tackle, you invest at corner, you get your quarterback some weapons at receiver. And this day and age, you invest at tight end. And running back is there are a lot of teams that won a lot of games by a bunch of running backs by committee.
Yeah, Isaiah Pacheco was 25th in rushing this year. Now, he did play in all 17 games. He wasn't your primary until later in the year.
Yeah.
But still, Kansas City, now they do have a generational quarterback.
They got a generational quarterback, and they got a generational tight end. I mean, that's my point. That's where you invest now in places like that. You don't invest at running back that much anymore.
By the way, 4 tight ends might go in this first round.
It's becoming the sexiest thing to pick now, isn't it? Everybody wants a Travis Kelce.
That's why I'm saying Brock Bowers could be a number 1 overall guy next year.
If you think he can give you what Travis Kelce and others are starting to give you in the NFL, you invest in that money right there. All right, so there you go. Wendell Green Jr., Nimari Burnett, Jelly Walker with us live weekly here on the Next Round through the NCAA National Championship game. Whether those teams are in the tournament or not, they'll be joining us to talk hoops with us, giving you a little insight from the players who actually play the game. It'll be a lot of fun when they join us here live every week. That includes Nimari Burnett later at 12:35 right here on the Next Round. As we move forward, LT's got 4 downs on the other side. The show's being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. Let's see how well you know Jim Dunaway. My favorite candy bar is what?
You call it the 100,000 grand, but it's the 100 grand.
Yes, the 100 grand bar, but I always call it the 100,000 grand bar. It's the 100 grand bar. My friends at Way to Wellness, this is my favorite protein bar. I do 4 of these a day when I'm losing weight.
By the way, I think I'm going to see Leslie later today. I'm going to get back on this.
Yeah, the caramel crunch is my favorite. It tastes just like 100 grand. Is that right, Brad?
That's very good, Jim.
Just like the 100 grand bar.
It is good. I've had that one, by the way.
And I'm about to have this as my mid-morning snack there. Way to Wellness has a plan specifically for you to help you lose weight. All you have to do is go to their website, aplanforme.com, and they will help you start to lose weight, jumpstart that weight loss here in 2023. But the reason I started going to Way to Wellness is because my doctor was telling me, dude, your blood pressure and cholesterol is starting to go in a horrible direction. And forget weight loss, the fact that they helped me at Way to Wellness get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check was life-saving for me. Find out what they can do for you. Just go to the website, aplanforme.com. Leslie and her board-certified team will take care of you there. There is no out-of-pocket startup fee, no contract, and the consultation is free. So you're not going to lose any money at all just to check it out. aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Back with you on the next round as we about to knock out 4 downs here in just a second. Part of our show is brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. LT will slide back in here right now and tell you about C Stew and how he can slide that cover over your gutter to where you never have to clean them out again.
Dunaway's right. It's patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will not allow debris in. You can eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. Write the number down, 205-823-2212. My good friend Chris Stewart, he's been in business here in Birmingham over 20 years. Let him come out and give you an absolutely free estimate. It's a dirty, dangerous job. The last thing you want to do on the weekend after working all week is get that dangerous ladder out. Cap it, don't snap it, 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
All right. We get ready for a little football starting Monday in Tuscaloosa. That's when Alabama will start their spring drills. One other big pickup this week in the SEC, and he never got any stats at Georgia, but he was a 5-star corner for the Georgia Bulldog recruit. Jaheim Singletary is now a member of Arkansas. 5-star DB, 5-star corner, Brown. Didn't get any stats last year at Georgia, their national championship team. He hit the portal. He's at Arkansas now. You know why that's important?
Why?
Where did Arkansas rank in the SEC in pass defense?
I'm going to say dead last.
Dead last, LT. Where do they rank out of 131 teams in the nation in pass defense?
126.
131. They were dead last in the country. They gave up 295.7 yards a game.
I got to say this. Pretty impressive they won 8 games in the SEC, being dead last in the nation in pass defense.
To their defense, Catalan, who's really, really good, was hurt a lot of last year. So, I mean, that had to impact those numbers a little bit.
Yeah, and look, Georgia has great players, obviously. Keely Ringo was one of the better corners. Now, he had some inconsistencies this year, but was still one of the better corners and a guy that probably will go late first, early second in this draft. But for this guy not to be able to really get coached up and become a factor at Georgia, you wonder how good he's going to be at Arkansas.
5-star talent, though. We'll see what he is at Arkansas. You just think to yourself, well, there's an upgrade maybe at what we had at corner. Maybe that can help the Hogs as we get closer to the kick of the college football season. We're now time to do 4 downs today. Our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they bring you not only the basketball players we were telling you about in Wendell Green Jr. and Nimari Burnett and our NIL deal with them throughout the March Madness. They also bring you 4 downs every day.
Hey, look, wintertime is still here, and if you're heading somewhere, you're not going to get there with a dead battery. Before your next road trip this winter, take your vehicle down to Vulcan Tire and Automotive for that comprehensive battery check. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Auto. We encourage you to do so as well. Literally, anytime anyone calls me about anything from, a carbonator to a bad tire, I'm going to send them to one of those 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Who calls you about a carbonator?
I had somebody down the hall call me about a carbonator last week.
Carburetor?
Carburetor?
Yeah, a carbonator.
Yes.
Carburetor.
Carbonator makes good soft drinks.
Carburetor.
Carburetor, yes. There we go.
If you wonder if Lance knows much about cars.
I know nothing. That's why I sent him to Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Okay, to prove.
Oh, I don't either.
Do we even have
I don't want to get my nails dirty.
I thought men looked at their nails like this, not like this. Carburetors. Do we even still have carburetors?
No, I don't think they're on cars like new cars anymore.
I don't even think we have carburetors.
Yeah, it's all
anymore.
fuel injection now, Lance.
But if you have one, these guys can take care of it.
Yeah.
Again, 4 locations.
Hey, if you're not supposed to have a carburetor, they'll take it out.
That's right.
All across Birmingham. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Oh, let's see where to start. Better chance of winning an MVP next season, Jalen Hurts or Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I'd probably go Aaron Rodgers because he's probably going to go to, if he goes to the Jets or the Raiders, would you say that's the 2 most likely ones?
If he doesn't stay at Green Bay.
If he goes to the Raiders, you could see them competing with the Chiefs for that division, could you not? The Chiefs and the Chargers, for that matter. That's a really good quarterback division at that point.
Yeah.
If he goes to the Jets, could you see them competing with the Bills for that division and the Dolphins and the Patriots?
I could.
Yeah, so, he's going to take a team that's not in the playoffs and have them competing for their division. So I think I'd go Aaron Rodgers.
And I don't know how much better Jalen Hurts can be. So he's going to be competing against Jalen Hurts from last year. If Jalen Hurts just continues doing what he did last year, he's going to be, one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the league. I just don't know if he can win an MVP.
Now, in the Super Bowl, Jalen Hurts made some unbelievable, difficult, tight window throws, the best I'd ever seen him throw.
That first half was the best I've seen him look.
Unbelievable. Now, if he does that for 15 out of 17 games next year, I'll revisit this. But I think Aaron Rodgers puts up huge numbers throwing the football wherever he goes. I'll take Aaron Rodgers.
Second down.
James Vanderbeek, 46 years old. Do you guys know who James Vanderbeek is?
I do know who James Vanderbeek is.
I don't want your life.
There you go.
You got him.
There you go. I thought you would know him more from the Dawson's Creek.
He was Dawson of Dawson's Creek.
Never saw an episode of that. Did you like it?
Yeah. I was a Pacey guy.
He's 46 years old today. If I asked you better high school football movie, Varsity Blues or Remember the Titans? I didn't like either one, to be honest with you.
For me, it was Varsity Blues because of the extremes. You had puke and rally. I learned about puking and rallying there. You had concussion protocol. You had a teacher who was a stripper. Spoiler alert. You had a coach that was an egomaniac.
Did you like the whipped cream bikini or the stripper teacher better?
Technically, I like the stripper teacher better.
I did too.
Yeah.
But see,
but I would go if I had to pick one of these two. Remember the Titans would be the one I would go with.
Yeah,
but one of them's a good family, wholesome movie, and the other one's, as Jim said, whipped cream and stripper teacher. So that's all you really need to say about the two. They're two different movies.
Yeah, and you had your daddy ball guys who were sitting at the cars, and you see the egos of dad starting to show. Remember the Titans? You had the sad moment where the guy's in the accident, right? And can't walk anymore.
I've seen each one time.
Yeah.
I don't even remember the Titans.
Varsity Blues for me. It's one of those I can't turn off.
Yeah, I will say there's much more memorable scenes in Varsity Blues. I guess because of the debauchery.
Yeah, I just named a ton of them right there.
The only thing I hate about movies like Remember the Titans, same thing happened with Hoosiers, is when the real story comes out and you see just how many liberties they took.
Yeah.
It shouldn't bother me that much, but
Disney's going to sensationalize everything they get a hold of.
And I mean, I get that. I'm watching a movie, right? But I don't know. For some reason, it just bothers me.
Yeah, look at Cocaine Bear. Real story. Sensationalized a little bit.
Just a little bit, I would say,
just an hour and 30 minutes of the hour and 35.
Third down.
Hey, on this day in 1967, the Saints began selling season tickets for the first time ever. They sold 20,000, by the way, the first day.
That's a good day.
If I asked you the greatest Saint not named Drew Brees.
Ricky Jackson. Would you give me Ricky Jackson?
You could.
Great linebacker.
I would
Sam
say
Mills?
I'm going to go the tackle.
Yeah, Willie Roaf.
Willie Roaf.
I think Willie Roaf is the guy.
Ricky Jackson in the Hall of Fame. I know Willie Roaf is too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with that, the defensive side, but I think it's Willie Roaf.
The Roaf is on fire.
Joe Horn?
No.
It's a good receiver.
He was a good receiver.
Yeah.
Ricky Jackson's a good call, though, because that was a playoff-type contender.
Daniel says St. Peter.
Yeah, St. Peter's a great
He's a good one, absolutely. Yeah, right up there at the top.
Fourth down.
Who was the kicker?
Morton
Anderson. Yeah, Morton Anderson was really good.
An argument for him.
Yeah.
Right when you say it, Jason jumps in there.
Yeah. I used to confuse Morton Anderson and Gary Anderson. Gary Anderson was the Vikings kicker, right? And Morton Anderson was the Saints kicker.
No, Morton Anderson also was a Viking kicker.
No,
I think
Morton Anderson was Falcons and Saints.
Falcons and Saints. Yeah, Gary Anderson.
And Saints.
That's it.
Never went to the Vikings.
No, you're confusing Gary Anderson. It was they played at the same time. It was very confusing.
I think Willie Roaf was a better player than Drew Brees.
So you say he's the best Saint of all time?
I think he is.
Willie Roaf?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the GOAT of Saints, yes.
On this day in 2014, Malaysia Airlines flight MH370 with 239 people aboard lost contact, disappeared. Never to be found again. Most expensive search in aviation history. For you guys, what is the biggest unsolved mystery out there? And sadly, I read about this on a flight. I don't know what I was doing.
Oh, wow. What terrible reading material on a flight. Biggest unsolved mystery.
Do y'all remember that?
Yeah, I do. Remember.
Yeah.
Took off from Australia and started going north, and then they
I don't think it took off from Australia. I think maybe it took off from Malaysia, maybe. I don't remember.
Yeah, probably so, yeah.
But they think it was a suicide mission.
Oh, but you'd have found something, right? Well, they crashed in the ocean?
You would think.
They would have found debris if it crashed in the ocean.
Yeah.
There are people that have found debris that think it belongs to that flight.
Yeah. Biggest unsolved mystery, Lance.
I would go with the Zodiac Killer over in San Francisco.
Yeah?
They never found all those letters. They never found him.
Yeah. I didn't know that.
And I came across some creepy ones today. Let me give you guys.
A lot of people are saying D.B. Cooper, yeah.
Yeah, D.B. Cooper. That was a pretty good documentary, too.
Who's D.B. Cooper?
He's the guy that parachuted out of the plane with the money, and they never found him nor the money.
Yeah, but he had money and a parachute, so I don't think that's too hard to solve. He doesn't want to be found.
The incident at Dyatlov Pass, the first night of February in 1959, 9 ski hikers died mysteriously in the mountains of what is now Russia. The night of the incident, the group had set up camp, enjoyed dinner, prepared for sleep. Something went catastrophically wrong because the group never returned. On February 26, researchers found the hikers' abandoned tent, which had been ripped open from the inside. Surrounding the area were footprints left by the group, some wearing socks, some wearing a single shoe, some barefoot, all of which continued to the edge of a nearby wood. That's where the 2 first bodies were found, shoeless, wearing only underwear. The scene bore marks of death by hypothermia, but the medical examiners checked the bodies out, as well as the other 7 had discovered over the months that followed. Hypothermia no longer made sense. One body had evidence of blunt force trauma consistent with brutal assault. One had died from vomiting blood. One was missing their tongue.
Your internet history is something spectacular to behold. I got to tell you, man. The
I was just
stuff
looking
you
at mysteries
read, I
today.
know, but the stuff you read is just, I'd never heard of that.
I haven't either till today.
Yeah, you want to find it out. You'll look for a documentary now about it, though.
Oh, I will, yeah.
I know you will.
Yeah. I would start by the fact it's now Russia. They do a lot of stuff over there.
You think somebody knew something in that tent, Dunaway? A little too much?
No.
Could have been the Yeti.
Could have been. That is 4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, it's wintertime. Winter weather takes toll on car batteries, so keep your car starting strong every single time with a battery check from Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Their team will keep you on the road no matter the weather. They are who we here at the Next Round trust with our vehicles. Locations all across the greater Birmingham area. Tell them the guys from the Next Round sent you. Ask about that battery check. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Okay, a couple of LSU football notes for you. The misdemeanor gun charges have been dropped against Malik Neighbors, and no missing of action this year, so he'll play in the Florida State game, according to Brian Kelly yesterday. And they did get some depth at the offensive line position. Former Maryland guard Mason Lunsford, no relation to John, Mason Lunsford, signs on with LSU, and he will play for the Bengal Tigers this year. Likely not a starter, could be, but he's going to add some depth on that offensive line there. He's played all the positions on the offensive line for the Terps, but he's mostly been at the guard position. When we come back, we'll jump into how good is your college football program at recruiting the next few years. The folks at The Athletic has a list of, they rank all 131 of potential best recruiting programs. Where Alabama, Auburn, Georgia, some of the SEC teams rank in that. Plus, if Aaron Rodgers does go to the Jets, where does he rank in the AFC pecking order of quarterbacks? It's stocked full of great ones. We'll ask that question next as well, coming up on the show that's being brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
You can find them I-65, exit 242, right there in Pelham. It is Nichols Outfitters. Their firearm showroom is tremendous, one of the best in the state. Beautiful firearm showroom. They've got all the fishing supplies you need for this summer. Everything right there at Nichols Outfitters. I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, college sports fans, are you looking for a debit card branded with your favorite team? Check out Fan Cards. They offer more than 30 officially licensed MasterCard debit cards for the biggest teams, like Alabama, Auburn, Tennessee, and LSU. You can show your team pride while managing your finances. Plus, set up direct deposit for chances to win tickets to see your favorite team play. Visit myfancard.com to learn more and sign up today. That's myfancard.com, the ultimate way to support your team and manage your money.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll get to some phone calls coming up in the back half of this segment here. 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923 if you want to jump on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Don't forget, we'll be Friday up at Losers on Broadway doing our show live from Nashville in the SEC basketball tournament 9 to 1 or thereabouts on Friday from Losers on Broadway in Nashville. Open to swing by and say hi to us on your way in to watch the first game of the day, which is Alabama. You can swing by and say hi to that. Auburn and Arkansas, both number 9 in the latest bracketology. They go Thursday at 6 o'clock up at Bridgestone. Winner gets Texas A&M on Friday. Tonight, the SEC tournament starts. Ole Miss, South Carolina first at 6 o'clock. Winner gets Tennessee, then LSU and Georgia. The winner gets Vanderbilt there. There you see the bracket laid out for you there. Our friend Taylor Korn, social media director, throwing that together for you, and she'll keep that updated throughout our coverage up in Nashville. Much more coming up, and we'll get to this ranking that all the college football writers, or a big group of them at The Athletic, put together on potential over the next few years when it comes to being the best recruiting teams in college football. Right after LT tells us about the great folks at Bromberg's.
Again, they are your diamond specialist. If you're looking to pop the question, make sure you get in and see the guys at the Summit. Also, the Mountain Brook location, family-owned and operated since 1832. And Bromberg's is thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler, introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris, founded in the Swiss town of Holstein back in 1904. Today, Oris, one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. A mechanical watch is a thing of beauty designed according to the principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. An Oris watch is an item built to last, provide a lifetime of enjoyment. Check them out right now online. Go to brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
8 writers at The Athletic, some of their best college football writers. Location, history, facilities, current coach, and NIL factored in on who are the potential monsters in recruiting in the foreseeable future in Power 5 football. Every one of the writers voted either Georgia or Alabama number 1 and the other number 2. Georgia edges out Alabama because of the in-state recruiting slightly better than Alabama's in-state recruiting. And that varies year to year sometimes, but traditionally Georgia slightly more talent than Alabama.
Yeah, and I think that's got to be your number 1 and number 2. I think that was pretty obvious. I am interested to hear who is number 3. I know who I think it would be.
Who do you think it would be?
Well, I'm going to take that. I'm going to pull. I was going to say Ohio State.
Ohio State's exactly right.
Yeah,
don't second guess yourself.
Well, the only reason I second guess myself is I wondered if with Brian Kelly at LSU, they might have gotten baited into saying LSU.
Ohio State is number 3. LSU would probably be the first one you get into the discussion about. They are number 4.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. With the recruiting base you have at LSU, with the success Brian Kelly could have there. I mean, he had good success year 1. I think he'll recruit really, really well there.
Texas, USC, Texas A&M are 5, 6, and 7. Just, as much as you go NIL money, you go location, like a good restaurant, right?
Yeah, I mean, the one that sticks out there is really Texas A&M. I guess Texas, too. I mean, really, how much success have they had?
Well, you can recruit, but can you win with the recruits? That's something different. Clemson is 8, probably the most challenged of their location of the top teams, right?
Well, I mean, the state of South Carolina does not produce a ton of great football players. They have some, but it's not anything like Alabama and Georgia and Louisiana and Florida.
But they've recruited nationally.
That's what I'm saying. So you've got to leave your state a lot to recruit, and that has generally – I think if you look at any ones we've mentioned, they all come from football-rich states. Yeah, and South Carolina's not that.
Recent history, great facilities. The coach is known for recruiting. Oregon and Oklahoma are 9 and 10. It's the next 10 I find interesting.
Notre Dame's got to be close.
Miami's 11, Notre Dame is 12, right? Miami's got NILs kicking. Tennessee is 13. Always traditionally a tough recruiting place, but the growth of Nashville and really Eastern Tennessee too, and proximity in the SEC opens them up, and their NIL has been really good.
Yeah, and I think T-Bob Hebert that was on with us yesterday kind of talked about Tennessee and the challenges they faced back in the day when it came to recruiting. And, for a minute, Phil Fulmer, when they were having a ton of success, was able to recruit nationally. But with NIL, T-Bob pointed out yesterday, they're having a lot more success.
Michigan is 14. Now, tradition and NIL money, facilities and all that. And then you get to Auburn at number 15. And I wanted to ask, where do you think that is? They write here that every coach that and it's always interesting, any head coach who believes recruiting is remotely important easily recruits the top 15 class at Auburn.
I mean, I think I would agree with that, yeah.
And it's funny they have to write, any head coach who believes recruiting is remotely important.
I think that's a shot at most of the Malzahn era and all of the Harsin era.
Yeah.
That's what that's a shot at.
Some of the Tuberville era.
Yeah, late Tuberville. Early on, he was okay.
But you look at it like this. I mean, when Auburn is recruiting, they're a top 15 program.
That's right. And 15 is where they are ahead of, and this is the last point I'll make of this, ahead of Penn State at 16 and Florida at 17.
Well, Florida's got no excuse. Penn State, we've heard, is really difficult to get to. So you wonder if that has something to do with it. Recruits maybe not wanting to come there to even visit, worried about their families getting there to watch games, things like that.
Just going home on weekends in the offseason.
Yeah. Florida, though, I don't know. I thought Florida would be a top 5, as long as
you lived, yeah. They should be. And Florida State's 18. They're way down, but their conference could hurt them. South Carolina and TCU are 19 and 20. You can talk new money or whatever.
Huh?
Yeah, but South Carolina, too. I mean, that's NIL and location and all that. So that's your top 20. You see the list there, the ranking of every Power 5 school's recruiting potential from The Athletic. It's an interesting read there today on The Athletic if you follow them. Arkansas is 24 out of the SEC. Our buddy Matt Rule inheriting Nebraska at 25. We mentioned UCLA jumping to the Big Ten. They're 27th.
Can I ask you one that you have not said yet that has been on the doorstep of the college football playoff 3 of the last 4 years?
Who is that?
Utah,
okay. I was going back up towards the top. But you said Utah.
It's going to be
I have to go back down.
No, sorry.
No, I saw them. Utah is 31 on the list.
I think that shows you how good of a coach Kyle Whittingham really is.
I agree.
And they mentioned Kyle Whittingham right here. The 2-time defending Pac-12 champion should be higher on this list. But Kyle Whittingham's program has only one recruiting class ranked inside the top 30 since he's been in charge.
That's amazing.
Which shows you how good of a coach he is.
Yeah, I agree completely. To compete in that conference and, like you said, be on the doorstep of the playoffs, and it's obviously difficult to recruit there.
Yeah, I mean, how often? What is one job in the SEC we always say is really tough? Like you guys even grade their coach differently. Mississippi State.
Yeah.
Utah is one spot ahead of Mississippi State.
Yeah.
And he's winning like he's winning at Utah.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive there. That's The Athletic. You can go read everything they say about all the Power 5 teams and their recruiting potential there. Todd Fuhrman coming up at 11:45 after we do trash. Before we jump on the phones, LT, tell us about our friends at Hemphill. You've already given us a lock today. You'll send everything out a little bit later on. They bring you the lock every day, and they'll also do a check on your air conditioning now before it gets hot.
Yeah, $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Yeah, Colorado with Deion Sanders now. Great point, Richard. About to get a bump way up in those rankings there. Jeff from Anniston is next with us on the phones, 205-734-0923. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, man, what's happening?
Not much, Jeff.
I just want to say first, congrats to my Jayville Golden Eagles for going back-to-back on state championships.
I saw that. Who's their head coach now?
Tress.
A little guy I like to call Billy Gillespie.
Something like that.
Okay.
He's the new coach. Yeah, he's the
new
coach
guy
this year.
All right.
Yeah, and they lost probably their best player. He went to one of them basketball academies from last year. big guy, John David Phillips' boy.
I know some of John David's family, and I've heard how good that kid is. He's going to be a good college player.
Yeah, he's going to Tennessee.
Yeah.
LT, I've seen that documentary on that Russia deal you was talking about. It was very interesting, very wild.
Yeah, I mean, what was the ending best theory that you got out of that?
Man, it's been so long. I think it's still just a mystery. I mean, they've even thrown UFO, aliens or whatever. A lot of people. But,
I would tell you that a lot of our viewers and listeners were tweeting in the commercial break or writing in the chat room. Scientists have determined it was an avalanche that caused it.
Oh.
Avalanche take your tongue
out?
Took
the tongue out?
Well, I mean,
you never know. It's a tough avalanche.
But
That's a mean avalanche.
Where they pitch their camp is known for it's called slab avalanche, which sounds to me like
yeah, but their tent was still upright and it was torn from the inside.
Oh, they're trying to get out quick. Got to get out quick on an avalanche.
You hear that coming, man?
That's
down
right.
the trees.
I'm gone. Don't have time to unzip.
There was an interesting one too. For a long time back in the early 1900s, this whole forest just about got wiped out, and nobody could figure it out. But I think now there's evidence that they think a meteor hit it and wiped out the forest there. But Reese Davis, he kind of reminds me of Patrick Wilson in The Conjuring a little bit.
Never saw
Reese
The Conjuring. I know who Patrick Wilson is, though.
Reese crinkles his nose more when he laughs, and he looks like to me he's always tickled while he's smelling a possum's corpse the way he crinkles his nose up.
Possum's corpse.
What would you say is your favorite movie since 2000?
Oh, Inception.
Oh, I probably would. I was about to say No Country for Old Men. I was gonna say American Beauty, but that was 1999. So yeah, I think I would go No Country for Old Men.
What was the
Departed would be right there.
The Playbook movie with Bradley
Silver Linings Playbook.
Yeah.
Children of Men.
Enjoyed that one.
John Wick movies, The Lord of the Rings.
I can't wait for John Wick 4. You?
Yeah, me too, man. Shaun of the Dead be up there for me, and Gladiator.
Oh, Gladiator's in that one. I forgot about it, yeah.
I might go The Room, though. That's a great one. I like how the other day y'all said I was showing my age when I was asking who's hotter between Barbie Benton and Tanya Roberts, and a couple of days later, LT asked between Heather Locklear and Elizabeth Taylor.
Yeah, but that was off of
birthday.
Yeah, celebrity birthday.
Heather Locklear birthday.
Yeah, but I'm like, hell, who's hotter in their prime, Marie Antoinette or Martha Washington?
Well, can we get a legitimate picture?
By the way, it's Marie Antoinette.
That's what I said, isn't it? So, okay. Let me tell you an awkward story that I had recently, and before I came to my sport. I was at a place, it rhymes with Ergering, and I went inside to order because I wanted to look at the menu, and I call it out, and they're repeating it to me, and they say, chicken sandwich. I said, yes, ma'am. Vanilla milkshake. I said, yes, ma'am. And all of a sudden I heard, I'm a sir. And I looked down, and sure enough, he had this real thin, pencil-thin mustache. Well, I'm like, oh, man, I'm sorry, dude, man, I am so sorry, dude. And he's like, it's okay. He had a high-pitched voice. And then to make it worse, though, the worst part was I said, I guess your voice hadn't dropped yet.
Oh, God, Jeff,
yeah.
Why did you keep digging?
I don't know, man. Then I had to stand there and wait on my order. And of course, he didn't say another word to me.
Jeff. Yeah, you were out after the apology. Yeah, you're out after the apology. Don't make it worse.
And yet I'm sitting there, dude, which is stupid, too, overcompensating. And then I had to throw that in there at the end. And like I say, he didn't talk to me after that. But,
Do you have a special sauce on your chicken sandwich?
I kept an eye on the kitchen.
Yeah, I would have.
Yeah. I wouldn't go back in there if I was you. I'd go a different one.
If I do, it'd be the drive-through. If I told you could take
I hate to tell you this, you have a distinct voice. That guy's going to remember your voice, yeah.
If I told you could take Kansas or Houston to win it all, what percentage would you give me that one of them two's going to win it?
Oh, I'd go 20%.
Yeah, I was going to say 23%.
How about if I add UCLA?
I would up
25%.
I was going to go up to 30, maybe.
I was going to up it to 27.
If you had to pick a fourth team, who would you pick?
So you've said UCLA, Kansas, and Houston. I would add to that. I'm gonna blow LT's mind right here. I'm gonna say Creighton.
Oh
Yeah, I would add Texas, I think.
Oh, with an interim coach, huh? Coach of the Year, Sporting News.
We've seen an interim coach win a national championship before.
We have. In Michigan, right?
Yeah, Steve Fisher.
Yep.
It's an interesting tidbit while filling out your bracket. I love Brownie's updates on the offense and defense efficiencies needed to win.
You're welcome, yeah. We're down to 8 teams now.
Would it surprise y'all to learn that since 2000, the national champion either had best conference regular season in their conference or they won the conference tourney every time but twice?
So since 2000, you've either won the conference regular season or the conference tournament all but twice.
Right.
That is pretty wild.
14 UConn, 15 Duke are the exceptions. And you can go 30 of the last 33. Wow. 97 Arizona was the other one. I'd call that a trend, right?
Yeah, no, I think it's very important, yeah.
You get to the end of your bracket and you have a team that didn't win their conference or their tourney, I'd probably change my bracket around. I think I've asked this a while back, but which would you be more willing to bet your big toes on? Picking one NBA finalist or 2 of the Final 4?
Probably one NBA finalist.
One NBA finalist.
Yeah, I mean,
it seems to be tougher this year.
Yeah, but the 7-game series reduces the randomness.
That's right.
I would rather stake my big toe on a 7-game series rather than a one and done situation.
So your best teams in each conference are Milwaukee and Denver, and they're a game separated right now. I don't know. I think I would go 2 Final Fours.
No, see, what I would do, LT, is I would choose 2 teams from the West. The two best teams from the West, and just try to get that one right.
That's right. Yeah, try to get the West right. Or 2 teams from the East.
Or maybe 2 teams from the East, whichever one.
You don't get to pick 2 teams. You pick one. You get to pick one NBA.
Oh, I only get one?
That's why you get 2 Final Fours.
Okay. 2 random in college basketball. I'd still go NBA.
All right, just a couple of things real quick. I haven't watched the NBA in a few years, but I was curious to see how the one guy most responsible for killing my brackets the last few years because his team always underperformed. I was shocked to see Kofi Cockburn did not get drafted and is in Japan, I think.
Wow. Yeah, he was
so dominant in college.
Yeah, but he didn't have any range at all. The athleticism wasn't really there. He was kind of slow to the rim. I mean, he was just such a big dude.
Every time I watched him, though, he was just so dominant. Nobody could handle it. I don't know. They said if he'd have been drafted 15 years ago, he'd probably been a top 5 pick, but the game's changed. All right, and I'm going to call it now, and I hope I'm wrong. But if Bama plays a team with big physical grown men in the middle, or they have some turnovers, a lot of turnovers, or they're not making decent 3%,
that's a lot of ifs.
That's a lot. Yeah. You mean if they don't play a good game? Yeah.
Either one of them 3 is going to cause them to lose. Therefore, I think their ceiling is the Sweet 16.
Yeah, that's going to be very disappointing. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
I mean, when you're a 1 overall seed, if you don't make the Final Four, it's a disappointing run in the tournament. No doubt about that. All right, we'll get to trash coming up in the next segment. Then Todd Fuhrman, Andy Kennedy, and Nimari Burnett before we're done. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, champyschicken.com. And they rave about some chicken place up on Broadway in Nashville. But I'm here to tell you, there's nothing better than Champy's Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, or as I like to call that, the Broadway of Alabaster, Highway 119. Swing by there and see Sterling and the crew right now. Wonderful hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boy sandwiches, the unbelievable southern fried chicken plates that he brines and just cooks up so juicy, seasoned perfectly, with the wonderful sides, and, of course, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. It's a great place for lunch. It's a great place for dinner or to get to-go orders to watch the madness this March. It's our friends at Champy's. Champy's world-famous fried chicken, champyschicken.com, champyschicken.com, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And, of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey college sports fans, are you looking for a debit card branded with your favorite team? Check out Fan Cards. They offer more than 30 officially licensed MasterCard debit cards for the biggest teams like Alabama, Auburn, Tennessee, and LSU. You can show your team pride while managing your finances. Plus, set up direct deposit for chances to win tickets to see your favorite team play. Visit myfancard.com to learn more and sign up today. That's myfancard.com, the ultimate way to support your team and manage your money.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Back with you on the Next Round. Trash coming up in just a second as we work our way towards Todd Fuhrman a little earlier. If you join us every week, Fuhrman at the end of this hour, coming up after we do Trash here. If you missed basketball last night, we'll jump into that. But coming up is Mother's Day. It's the next opportunity for you to use our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa to really make yourself look good with that special someone in your life.
Yeah, before you know it, Mother's Day will be here. Get into Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers, right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatments, skincare, waxing, nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7, birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. You can buy them 24/7 online, or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa and tell them the Next Round sent you.
Give me that. How do I get them again? A little slower for me so I can write it down. Woodhouse what? How do I get the gift cards? Where do I go?
Birmingham.woodhousespas.com.
Thank you very much, man. All right, getting to trash in a second. But last night, Gonzaga wins the automatic bid. They smoked St. Mary's. Oral Roberts, who's going to be a sexy upset pick in the 5-12 game maybe. They beat a very average North Dakota State team to get an automatic bid. You get an automatic bid last night from Charleston, College of Charleston, as they beat UNC Wilmington. Northern Kentucky won their tournament. They're in the NCAA tournament. Merrimack won their tournament, but Fairleigh Dickinson will be going because Merrimack has just moved up into the Division I rank, so they're not eligible for the tournament. Mike Bray's career as the head coach at Notre Dame ended.
Well, sad ending too, man.
Boston College, Virginia Tech's the team that beat them. And as he's in his post-game news conference, he just rails on officials because nobody can find him now because he's going to be retired.
Yeah, I thought that was a sad way for him to go out. I mean, what's it matter at this point? But, yeah, I mean, he's playing in front of a handful of people in Greensboro, Guy's had a good career. I mean, he's not like one of the all-time greats. Winningest coach in Notre Dame history, though. And they got a good look at the end, and it just wouldn't go down. And he walks off the court for the final time and then goes and blasts the officials. I guess it's pent-up frustration over all the years. I don't know.
And I'm a little surprised. I mean, it was an awful year for Notre Dame, but I'm a little surprised that he's going to shut it down.
Speaking of awful, Boston College beat Louisville. Kenny Payne's first year at Louisville ends with 4 wins and 28 losses.
That's amazing. I mean, is there an explanation behind that other than the fact that he's just not a good coach?
Well, did they lose all their players?
That's what
like
I'm
LSU?
asking. I don't know. I don't follow Louisville basketball, but I would almost say there's never an excuse for Louisville to only have 4 wins.
No, if you would have told me a couple of years ago when Chris Mack got the job that in 2023 there's going to be a 28 and a 4 involved, I would have been like they're 28.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
For you folks who follow UAB, tonight Rice and UTSA in the Conference USA tournament is 8:30. The winner gets UAB tomorrow night, 8:30, out in Frisco, Texas, which, if you're not familiar, this will be the last time UAB will ever have to play in a jacked-up conference tournament setting where you have 2 games on dual courts going on at the same freaking time.
I don't know that it's ever affected the play in the game. It just makes – I mean, if you feel like your league is Bush League, when you go and do that, it feels like it's Bush League.
Yeah, so finally it's the end of this this dual court experiment in Frisco, Texas for UAB tonight when this conference tournament is over with. A lot of bubble games to get to and all that. We told you back in the first segment, if you want to go back and catch that. Sleeping problems in America. We deal with it occasionally here on the show. At least 2/3 of us do. 31% of Americans say they identify as saying, I have some kind of a sleeping disorder, not always able to sleep the way I want. Magnesium supplements, they say, help. Have you ever tried it?
I have tried magnesium.
Did it help?
I don't think so.
I don't know if I've tried it or not, but I'll give it a shot again.
Yeah, I mean, I've got magnesium, the stuff you pick up at GHC or whatever.
Well, that's what I would go with. Yeah.
I just haven't done it consistently enough.
I've got the opposite problem. I cannot sit through an hour-long program without dozing off anymore. I mean, how old did that sound?
Yeah, it sounds like.
Do you doze off with your TV guide on your chest?
I must.
Yeah. Your glasses on the end of your nose?
Yesterday afternoon, 4 o'clock, my wife and I tried to watch an episode of Better Call Saul, and I kept nodding off.
What time?
4 o'clock in the afternoon.
The afternoon's the worst.
It is bad, but it's even at night for me. Like if we watch one before bed, like at 9 o'clock, it is hard for me to stay awake.
Lunsford, edibles actually help him more than anything else to sleep better.
Yeah. No,
well, what keeps me awake, though? What would keep me awake?
My problem with the edibles, I get up at 3 in the morning and eat.
Yeah. Different kind of edibles will keep you awake. Craig said magnesium actually helps his wife sleep.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Trash time, big button. You know how to do it, right?
Hassan curling off the screen, driving baseline. Oh, you fat with a 3. Yes, I just said that. That is that man's name. Don't tweet at me.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, did the new year add to your financial uncertainty? Let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today by visiting Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. So a woman made an unusual request during a meeting at the Boca Raton Planning and Zoning Board last Thursday night. After a presentation related to a motion to approve an ordinance to amend city code for the bulk storage of flammable liquids, the board chairman asked, does anyone else have any questions? Woman stood up, that you can see right there on our screen, raised her hand, walked to the microphone while an elderly man with a cane walked behind her to the podium. Once there, she identified herself as Ashley Cream. Cream asked to make March 10th be decreed Sugar Daddy and Mommy Appreciation Day.
I think we should appreciate them more.
She then gave some numbers about how she believes Florida has the largest per capita population of sugar daddies in the U.S., with Miami, Palm Beach, and Boca with the highest concentration of these age benefactors, going on to say that they're helpful to the economy. quote, sugar daddies, both gay and straight, and yes, even sugar mommies, are responsible for college educations, cars, homes, rents, jets, and the occasional body enhancement.
Boy, if he's there just to talk about rezoning something about a ditch in his neighborhood, it is bad timing for him to be in that photo talking about sugar daddies. And does she have a little Rhythm Nation look to her, a little Janet Jackson?
She looks highly flammable.
She does, yeah. And I don't think a sinking risk.
Anyway,
either,
Arnold Seville, the Planning and Zoning Board Chair, responded, quote, "That's a city council issue."
Yeah, that's right. You're going to need to go to the city council, man.
We're going to push this down the road, Miss Cream.
Oh, so I'm assuming old boy's the sugar daddy there in the photo. Is he?
Yeah,
he is, Tyler.
Well, that's what's being assumed. But
because he is looking her up and down, isn't he?
Yeah. Should I be standing? Am I in the frame? Should I be one step back?
I mean, we have a day for everything, it seems like. I don't have a problem with a Sugar Daddy Day.
No.
A man from Maui who refers to himself as Dolphin Dave is accused of harassing humpback whales and dolphins in Hawaii. Now, this weekend, the Department of Land and Natural Resources received an influx of calls about a man, quote, pursuing a humpback whale. Now, the suspect was identified as 65-year-old David Jimenez, who was allegedly seen snorkeling close to a humpback. Now, the department shared a video on social media that appears to have been filmed underwater by Jimenez himself.
Appears to have been filmed underwater?
I think it's underwater.
Can I ask a question? Is he actually holding that breathing apparatus the way you're supposed to? That's not the way I've usually seen it done.
What, the old snorkel?
Yeah, all the way in the mouth instead of the piece that's outside the mouth.
Doesn't he have usually a mouthpiece and not...
no, he's actually snorkeling, so he'll go underwater for a couple of minutes and then he'll go back up.
Yeah, but doesn't it usually have a mouthpiece?
If you've got a tank with you. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, he's gagging that thing.
He really is.
Wow.
So he's harassing the whales?
Now, when the department's enforcement division arrived on the scene, Jimenez was near a pod of dolphins. A responding officer recorded Jimenez allegedly pursuing the pod, leading a group to chase the animals. Jimenez, who's known as Dolphin Dave on Facebook. Do you guys follow him?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Dolphin Dave's work.
He shares dolphin-inspired art there. When asked about the incident, Jimenez told officers, quote, he's not going to stop swimming with whales and dolphins because it's magical and others do much worse, he said.
This is Dan Marino. This is Mark Duper and Mark Clayton in the same photo.
I would think it would, not with the dolphins, but with the whales, it'd be a little dangerous. I mean, because if they jump out of the water and you're snorkeling and they land on you.
Game over.
Yeah, I would tell you that Dolphin Dave may want a new camera angle there. He that sort of makes his arms and his hands look teeny tiny.
Not the best photo of him, I don't think, Jim.
Not either. He's missing his moment on Facebook.
Is that some of his hair coming down in his right eye?
I think it's just going to be shadowing.
Oh, you sure it's not like a windshield wiper?
Could be. Seems excessive, but maybe.
Especially underwater.
Yeah.
So we had
spit that snorkel out,
we
sir.
had cocaine bear, we had cocaine hippos, now we've got cocaine cat. Cincinnati Zoo is now home to a wild African serval. Now, the cat is native to Africa, but was caught in the Oakley neighborhood in Cincinnati. Quote, these types of animals are considered dangerous. They are on the dangerous wild list for Ohio, said Chief Troy Taylor with the Hamilton County Dog Warden's Office. Initially, Taylor thought the serval was a F1 Savannah house cat, which, although similar looking to the serval, is a much different cat. Taylor went on to say, it was sure a sight to see, and after talking to a cat expert, he said, we did a great job and also pretty lucky because this cat could have shredded us apart and killed us. Looks a little small to be that dangerous.
Maybe so.
Oh, those
it's
things,
like a bobcat.
Yeah, those things are killers.
If that's not wild enough, test results came back that the serval named Armory had cocaine in his system. While it's unclear how the wildcat got the drugs, he did suffer a broken leg during capture. The medical team at the Cincinnati Zoo has been caring for Armory and working on getting him to feel better.
Yeah, we're not after him. We're after the supplier.
That's right. He has a chance now to turn on somebody.
That's right.
And get out of that cage.
What all is in the cage? What's in the cage with him there?
I would say drug paraphernalia.
Yeah, that's right. The scale.
This guy.
Some loose baggage.
He's sitting there going, scratching. I need my hit, man. I need my hit.
Okay, it was the baboons. The baboons gave it to me.
Boy, I bet that thing would be hell on cocaine.
Oh, you think?
F1, by the way, is F1. Is that...
Auto racing, it's a tornado.
I mean, is that a category to a degree of severity that it can hurt you?
Tyler, can you pull an F1 Savannah house cat?
Because that does not look at all like a house cat to me.
Not at all.
We might have a size situation there that I'm just not judging the size well.
But if I walked in and saw that cat, I would say, man, that is a very pretty house cat. Oh, but I do see the resemblance.
I see the resemblance.
Yeah.
I'm going to need to, I mean, I guess so. Boy, that if I walked in somebody's house and saw that cat, I would have thought they had a pet leopard.
That one on the right there, that picture with the big long ears like that, I promise you, if that was in my house, I would not get one night's sleep until that thing was out of my house. I do not trust that animal.
We see what Tom Brady tweeted out about a cat?
I did see that. Yep.
You cannot hurt my feelings. He is no longer my quarterback. No longer my problem.
He just tweeted out that anybody that thinks I'm coming out of retirement, obviously they've never adopted a cat for their daughter.
I've never had a cat.
Don't know what that means, but
well, I think they're a lot of work, Jim. I think that's what he's saying there.
I don't think they're any work. I mean, I wouldn't want a cat, but cats are one of those you can just leave, put food, water out, and leave them for a week.
You don't even have to walk them daily like you do a dog.
University of Massachusetts is blaming TikTok for a drinking fad. 28 ambulances were called to an off-campus party over the weekend.
28?
According to school officials, students on Saturday were seen carrying large water jugs that contained a mixture of alcohol, electrolytes, and flavoring believed to be what TikTokers called Borgs, or blackout rage gallons. While it's unclear if all 28 instances were related to the Borg drinking, UMass officials said they have never seen so many of these drinks before Saturday's Blarney Blowout. This is an annual school celebration that typically comes before St. Patrick's Day. Although none of the cases were life-threatening, the university said it's assessing this weekend's events, warning its student body about the drink. Boards have become attractive to the college-age population because people claim it keeps you hydrated as you binge drink. While the electrolytes and water do help with hydration, the large quantity of alcohol is what makes it dangerous.
It gets into your system, by the way, faster, is what we always were told. I mean, this is nothing new. All due respect to TikTok, I found myself on it for what seemed like forever last night again. But back in the 80s, we would put either vodka or PGA with Gatorade, so it would get us drunk quicker.
I love how they're coming up with unique names, though.
I do like that. Soldier Borg and Justin Borgber.
That's pretty good.
Now, according to George Koob, the director of the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism, he said, quote, consuming this much alcohol would be fatal for the vast majority of people, even if you spread it out over a full day. Now, it's unknown how many students actually follow the board recipes that call for a half gallon of vodka, but doing so could turn deadly depending on how much they end up consuming.
And by the way, the young lady to the right, just the opposite of Dolphin Dave. That photo looks like she has massive hands.
I would agree. I was thinking that might not be her hand.
That's
even.
not her hand.
I think that's somebody else's hand. Those are man hands.
Yeah.
Then
sure.
back up, sir. Back up.
Yeah. Put it in reverse, Terry.
Give Justin Borgber a little space there, young man.
I tell you, drinking a handle of vodka in a day.
You think that's bad, Lance?
I do think that would probably wreck your system.
Oh, and by the way, just on the picture here, just photo matching, same girl immediately to the left.
Oh, she's the one in the other photo. Yeah,
with the glove.
Yep.
Almost in the same area there.
Yep.
Weird photos. A little matching there. And those gutters need to be capped.
You think so?
Yep, I do.
Send our boy C-Stu.
C-Stu, come on, man.
That's all I got.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by.
Are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available and guide you through every single step of the process. For active military or veterans, VA loans can be a great way to help you purchase a home. Let Mortgage Right take care of everything. From the pre-qualifying process through closing, their mortgage experts will work with you to find the best rate and loan program available. Visit their locations on Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR.
All right, we roll on with Todd Fuhrman coming up in the next segment. Part of our show, though, being brought to you by our friends at University Fan Cards. Listen, if you're a fan of a specific team, and Brown, it's not just Alabama and Auburn. We have people all over the SEC
more than
that
30.
are fans. Yeah, we got more than 30.
Listen, you're going to use a debit card all the time. You're going to cheer for your team all the time. Why not just combine the two? You do that with University Fan Cards. More than 30 officially licensed debit cards for the biggest teams. It does include Alabama and Auburn, but many more. Set up direct deposit, and you got a chance to win game tickets. Visit myfancard.com. That is myfancard.com. Fuhrman talks the numbers next.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey,
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, college sports fans, are you looking for a debit card branded with your favorite team? Check out Fan Cards. They offer more than 30 officially licensed MasterCard debit cards for the biggest teams, like Alabama, Auburn, Tennessee, and LSU. You can show your team pride while managing your finances. Plus, set up direct deposit for chances to win tickets to see your favorite team play. Visit myfancard.com to learn more and sign up today. That's myfancard.com, the ultimate way to support your team and manage your money.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Back with you on the Next Round. We're about to talk to Todd Fuhrman out in the desert. We're going to talk about some conference tournaments and a lot of stuff with Todd. But first, I want to tell you about the official tequila of the Next Round. It's Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. Even the name sounds regal. It is the best tequila on the market, in our opinion, and that's why they're the official tequila of the Next Round. Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-aged tequila. It's aged in a new European oak barrel. It's double filtered to remove the color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. It's Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. It is wonderful tequila. Give it a try. Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila.
All right, JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline is where we find our guy Todd Fuhrman from the desert. BetTheBoardPodcast.com, BetTheBoardPodcast.com, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. Fuhrman is asking via text. He just texted me. Everything okay with Rockstar? Haven't heard from him in weeks. Fuhrman, Rockstar is on tour. So just real quick. First of all, Fuhrman, how are you today? You doing all right, man?
I'm good, but I had no idea. See, I hadn't heard him call me. Tyler's been gracious and a lot more respectful than Rockstar, but I still miss the back and forth banter, so I had to try and check in and make sure all members of the Next Round Live family were doing well.
We were all good. Black Jacket Symphony, it's a unique music operation here. They take an album, and right now they're doing Fleetwood Mac Rumors, and they do the album start to finish just like it played, no talking between songs, just like you're listening to the album. And in the second set, they'll do Fleetwood Mac's greatest hits. And
They're actually doing a West Coast tour with that right now, and Rockstar's Lindsey Buckingham for a month and a half. So that's where he is.
Look at that. Very impressive.
Yeah.
A man of many skill sets out there exploring the great open road. Hopefully he comes back and remembers his true roots and doesn't let the newfound stardom go completely to his head.
He's on a bus between Colorado Springs and Oklahoma right now. So the bus life is not the easy life, though.
Hey, it's a beautiful part of the country, one that's often not explored, probably not a part of the country, though, I'd want to tour in the early portions of March, knowing that a 12-foot snowstorm lurks right around the corner.
So, Fuhrman, Alabama has, I don't want to say, well, I mean, they've struggled their last 4 games. I think there were only 2 teams a couple of weeks ago that you had favored on a neutral court over Alabama. Has that number grown?
I'm getting a lot more concerned about this Alabama team who has put themselves right in the crosshairs of everybody, trying to figure that, hey, look, they can play one good half of basketball and find a way to get over the hump. I haven't downgraded them a ton, but look, it's not a team that I feel comfortable with right now, laying points. I want to see them string together a full 40 minutes of basketball and make sure that they're okay playing to the levels that we grew accustomed to earlier in the year. And we'll see how they're able to handle a little bit of prosperity. I mean, they are overwhelming favorites, obviously, to win this SEC tournament at a price right around 3-2 if you shop around. But call me skeptical, and I think it's a team that has the potential to make a deep run in March, or it wouldn't shock me if they go cold from the outside one night that they didn't make it into the second weekend of the Big Dance.
Can you make a bet on a team not winning the NCAA tournament?
You can find yes/no prices. You have to shop around a little bit. You'll have to lay some big numbers that are out there, but typically the ROI there, not the best, but there are definitely professional bettors who are more than happy to try and take advantage of that. And if you want to bet against Alabama to win the national title, you have to put up $20 to make $1 coming back.
I was a little surprised. What's your reaction?
No,
to that,
I mean, he's right. The ROI on that is not good at all.
Not great?
Yeah, but if I bet a bunch of money, either Alabama's national champions or I win.
I don't know. I figure you got 20 large sitting around somewhere that you're just looking to make $1,000. So
yeah, why not?
You'd be the guy that can jump on the next flight out of Birmingham, get here, plunk down his cash, and kick back with your feet up, hoping that you had a chance to earn against that ticket over the course of the 3 weeks of the Big Dance.
Would you say most places there would be more than happy to take that bet, Fuhrman? Would you qualify it that way?
You know, it all depends. Honestly, when you look at the grand scheme of things, and this is where, as LT mentioned, it's all about bankroll constraints. Professional bettors that have a lot more liquidity are happy to try and take some of these opportunities and prospects if they feel that the odds against a team like Alabama winning the national title should be significantly higher. And when you break it down to some of the financial markets, if I could promise you a 5% ROI over the course of a 3-week period, is it something that you would be interested in? And I think it's all about the cost-benefit analysis that goes into it. So books are happy to take it. They know because if one of those teams ends up winning, that they're in a pretty good spot. But there are professionals that'll definitely take advantage of some of these teams that they feel are overvalued in the betting market right now.
I was a little shocked, we all were, that Tennessee is second among the odds to win the Southeastern Conference. It seems so banged up. They slipped a little bit at the end of the year. I was surprised to see Tennessee second there. Why are they 2, do you think?
They've taken a little bit of money. There were some prices out there that were slightly higher, that they were a buy-on team from professional bettors. They felt that the injuries were overcompensated for in the betting market there. You look at Tennessee, obviously, as the 5th seed, they'd have to play an extra game. They essentially get a nice warm-up against the winner of Ole Miss and South Carolina. But there's no doubt when you look at the Vols price at a shade more than 4-1, knowing that they're matched up against a Missouri team potentially in the quarterfinals where Missouri is 18-1, it speaks about the balance of power more than anything else. This is a Tennessee team that on its best day, has a very high ceiling. The problem being is we've seen the Vols time and time again under Rick Barnes' leadership that they go ice cold from the floor, and you wonder if they're going to go 2, 4, 6, 8 minutes without making a basket. Part of the reason that the number's there. The other team, though, that has seen a legitimate amount of professional money was Arkansas. We saw them open right around 12 or 13-1 to win the conference tournament. That number now down in the 7.5 range. And again, very high ceiling for the Razorbacks, but also potentially very low floor.
Do you see anybody right now that you feel comfortable that has value to win the national championship?
It's so tough at this stage in the game, unless you feel that someone is going to get an extremely favorable draw, no reason to try and run and do guesswork unless you have a little bit of insight in terms of how the committee will look to seed the field. I think the numbers that are out there are only going to get larger for a couple of these teams. And we talked about Alabama potentially having that inside track to being a number 1 seed in that double-digit range. Houston's the one side that you haven't seen much movement, but you dig into their resume and try and figure out if this team will truly be battle-tested going through the American Athletic Conference schedule. So for me, I wouldn't be running to kind of bet anybody, but the one team that I do want to keep close tabs on throughout the course of the Big East tournament and the draw they get is UConn, a team that started the year extremely hot, obviously cooled off a little bit during the rigors of the Big East, but is starting to come on a little bit more of late. And if that number were to drift out to that 20 to 22 to 1 range, if they had a tough draw in March Madness, I would be intrigued by Danny Hurley's team.
What do you do with Oral Roberts, a team that won an automatic qualifier last night? Chances are good they were going to be in the tournament regardless. If they end up like in a 5-12 game, they got a chance to upset somebody good. Do you like Oral Roberts?
I'm so interested in terms of how the committee will elect to handle them. I mean, 30-4 record, ran the table in the Summit. Obviously, the Summit, not exactly a murderer's row by any stretch of the imagination, but you have a program with a little bit of pedigree that's been here and done that before. I just wonder how they're going to be priced, because when you do get some of that name cachet and a little bit of that familiarity, you oftentimes don't get true market value there in some of the overarching markets as far as futures are concerned. And you look at who Oral played throughout the course of the regular season, you try and find that marquee win on the schedule. Maybe it's Liberty back in early December, but when they stepped up in class, at least in late January, you lose to New Mexico. A team like them, or even College of Charleston, I'll throw in the same bucket, feel like they have a wide range of outcomes. But the one good thing about Oral is they shoot the ball exceptionally well from deep. We saw them make a deep run in the past. And if those threes are falling, we know that they can be a very difficult out over the course of 40 minutes. So I hope that they get a favorable matchup, a fun team to watch on a night-in, night-out basis, and they don't get saddled with a murderer's row of sorts in front of them.
Crazy day yesterday in the NFL. Any odds on Aaron Rodgers, Jimmy Garoppolo, or Lamar Jackson on the teams they end up on?
The Aaron Rodgers news has moved the futures market a little bit. As much as sportsbooks protecting themselves in terms of a true reflection, we saw the Jets at some shops as high as 30 to 1. That number is as low as 18 at some books. And I think if you do like the Jets and you didn't grab a number at the top of the market, wait this out, because that price will come crashing down. Books will invite all of that recreational money on the Jets, and you'll see the price gradually start to drift out. If the Jets played in the NFC, would have no problem with that particular ticket, but you look at where they stack up, even with the potential addition of Aaron Rodgers in the AFC, I mean, it really is a separation of the haves and have-nots. As far as Lamar Jackson, haven't seen odds really repost. It was just an interesting sequence when you see certain teams that you thought could be logical fits saying, no, we have no interest here, and how this whole situation is going to play out. But I would hope that Lamar ends up getting a contract close to what he wants. But again, in my opinion, something that could have been alleviated just by paying agency commission. If you have an agent working on your behalf, in my opinion, it never gets to this dire situation.
And before you go, Fuhrman, Rusty wants us to go off script, ask you who you like to win the Players, and if you have a dark horse.
Yeah, Players this weekend, I did dabble a little bit. Patrick Cantley in that low 20 range, 22 to 1, a good course fit here, so I think he can perform. And if you're looking to go a little bit further down the board, I'll actually give you a trio of golfers. Jason Day's odds have come down, but he has been a popular pick amongst professional bettors in some of his head-to-head matchups. The move there came at right around 35 to 1. Keegan Bradley, also a player that has performed very well on this track in the past. His number, 66 to 1 on the move down. And then, of course, Webb Simpson. We know length isn't exactly the strong suit for Webb, but if this course that relies a little bit more on accuracy, his number, if you're looking for a deep long shot, anywhere from 150 to 1 upwards of 200.
Higher than normal rough and wind expected, so look for guys hit a lot of fairways, I think is what Fuhrman's telling you there with some of those picks. All right, Fuhrman, we appreciate the time as always. Have a great weekend.
Hey, always a pleasure, gents. Enjoy the SEC tournament this weekend, and can't wait when we get to talk about the big dance this time next week and know where all these teams are going to be seated and slotted for their quest to win a national title.
We very much look forward to it. See you, buddy. Todd Fuhrman with us, bettheboardpodcast.com, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. The former oddsmaker at Caesars Palace joins us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Always a good time to talk about our friends at mybookie.ag as well. If you're wanting to take Fuhrman's knowledge each week and try to win $1 or $2, you can do it with mybookie.ag.
That's right. You can play all these conference tournaments that are going on right now. We're watching Syracuse and Wake Forest in just a dazzling basketball game here on one of our screens in the ACC tournament. Yeah, bottom right there. Jim is so enthralled in it, he didn't even know it was on one of our 5 screens. You can play that game. You could have played that game. You can play the rest of the ACC, SEC tournaments. The March Madness coming up, all the NBA, NHL, UFC, weekly blackjack tournaments right there at mybookie.ag. Remember, when you go there, the first time you sign up at mybookie.ag, use code NEXTROUND, and you'll get a deposit bonus up to $2,000. You get it right away, too. It is yours day one. You don't have to bet it 5 times, 10 times. No strings attached. You bet it once. It is yours. $2,000, up to $2,000, the deposit bonus for mybookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Richard says, how does the CUSA not get 2 bids during its strongest year ever? Not the strongest year ever. There was a time that Louisville and Cincinnati and Marquette were all in Conference USA with UAB, and it was a multiple bid league back then every year.
Yeah, DePaul too.
Yeah. So it was just it was a different league back then.
If FAU does not win this tournament, they'll get 2 bids.
They're in. That's right.
They'll get 2 bids this year.
That's right. But if FAU wins it, it's a 1-bid league.
That's
but
right.
if they don't, FAU is in, and you'll get to whoever wins it, North Texas or UAB, in as well. All right. When we come back, Andy Kennedy joins us. But Forrester, let's show everybody else the other news we announced yesterday and today. Later in the show, after we talk to Andy Kennedy, Nimari Burnett will join us. He's with us today at 12:35, brought to you in our NIL deal by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Live weekly interviews all the way through the NCAA tournament. Whether Alabama's in it or not, Nimari will join us to give us his players' insight. And announced today, also brought to you by our friends at Vulcan, is Wendell Green Jr., he'll be with us for Auburn's run through March Madness, all the way through the championship game as well. He joins us tomorrow on the show at 9:25 Central Time, live. Already, Jelly Walker and Andy Kennedy has been joining us live throughout the year, just part of our inside coverage we give you to sports here on the Next Round. This hour always brought to you by Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, right there in Alabaster.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
SEC tournament starts tonight. Ole Miss in South Carolina, first at 6, followed by LSU and Georgia in Nashville. We'll be in Nashville on Friday to cover that. Winner of the first game gets Tennessee. Winner of the second game gets Vandy. Auburn and Arkansas tomorrow night at 6. Both teams number 9 in the latest bracketology from Joe Lunardi. Conference USA tournament starts tonight. Rice and UTSA goes at 8:30. Winner gets UAB. We'll talk to Andy Kennedy right now in an interview that is brought to you every week by our friends at Legacy Credit Union. No matter where you are in life, start building a legacy you can be proud of today. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
And AK joins us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Tournament time, Coach. How are you?
What's up, guys? I'm good, man. Excited. How about you?
Well, doing great. Thanks a lot. And I mean, look, you've been pointing towards this tournament for quite a while. I'm sure you're glad it's finally here because this is what it's all about, to extend the season and play for the NCAA tournament. Your team has to win 3 consecutive games right now.
No, that is what it is. And you know, we have been in this situation before. As a matter of fact, we were in this situation last year. Same seed, come in as a 3 seed. Coming in off a winning streak. I don't think we'd won 6 in a row last year, but 6 in a row, 10 of 11. We're back healthy. We're back whole. We're playing good basketball, so we're excited about the opportunity that this tournament presents.
So when you look at the bracket, I mean, is there one team that you swept both of these teams, Rice and UTSA, but is there one team that you would rather match up than another, or does it really not matter?
No, I just don't allow myself to go there because I don't have any control over it. I'll watch the game tonight at 8 o'clock. We'll be scouted up for both of them. You know, obviously we played everybody in the league twice, but these two teams we're really familiar with because we played them so recently. You know, Charlotte, who we ended the regular season with, it had been so long since we played them the first time. We played them on December 22nd, our first conference game, and then we play them last Saturday as our last conference game, so we really had to dig back in and get our guys familiar with the opponent just based on the length of time in between the contests. This won't be the case for either Rice or UTSA. Our guys will be comfortable with the scout. We'll have to put it in quick and get ready to play.
You always talk about the Bartow standard that you have rebuilt down at UAB. I remember his teams growing up as a kid and then covering him. They seem to always be playing their best basketball in March. 6 straight, 10 of the last 11. I would imagine your bunch is very confident right now themselves.
Yeah, I think we are confident. You know, I've got 6 guys on the team that were a part of the run last year, so they've experienced it. They've been in the facility. They know what it's like to have to win 3 and 3, and then they had the opportunity to experience the NCAA tournament. But I think for those 6, there's a sense of unfinished business because we didn't play very good in the NCAA tournament. We obviously didn't advance against a really good Houston team. And, you know, from Jelly to Trey to KJ to Tate, the guys that play the major minutes, Tony, Ranji Gordon, they want an opportunity to get back to the tournament. And for 4 of those guys, you know, this is their last opportunity to do so. And then you bring in the new guys, you know, the Brewer brothers, Javion Davis. They've never experienced the NCAA tournament. You know, that's why they came here. So I think we've got a good mix, old with the new, and I think everybody's on the same page, and that is we've got to do whatever is necessary in order to cut down those nets Saturday night.
Andy Kennedy with us, courtesy of Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Jason in the chat room says he saw you at church Sunday, so Andy was getting a few prayers in before heading out to Texas. That's good.
Yeah, I need more.
Everybody pray for Andy. You mentioned you've already got a scout on whoever you're going to play, but you'll watch that game still in person. What do you pick up from watching a game in person? Is there an advantage of being able to sit there and scout in person versus what you see on the film?
Yeah, I think so. I think both are valuable. You know, when you're watching it live, you're just watching body language. You're watching how guys are interacting. You can hear verbally the calls. So there's certainly an advantage to watching it in live action. But then the tape where you can rewind it and get sets and so forth. So we'll do a combination of both. You know, many of our guys have not. It's odd because in this conference tournament situation here, especially with the two teams or two games going on at the same time, meaning the women's tournament and the men's tournament simultaneously, we don't even get on the floor. I mean, the first time we will shoot a basket in that facility will be about 30 minutes prior to our tip. So I do think there's some value in, you know, taking the guys over so the newness of the atmosphere is not so overwhelming when indeed we have to play. I've always said this too. You know, the advantage of us getting the bye is obvious. We only have to win 3 games in 3 days, not 4 and 4. But in game one, I've always thought that the advantage went to the team that had played the night prior. Why? Because they had seen the ball go in the basket and they were more comfortable in the environment. Now, where it really comes back to haunt you if you have to play on Wednesday is when you get to Friday, because 3 games in 3 days, that's when you can say whatever you want, but the physical aspect of fatigue does become a factor. But I honestly think whoever comes out tonight, Rice or UTSA, will have the advantage for having played in the facility in game one.
I've never been in a setting like that, and I know kids grow up playing on multiple courts and whistles, everything, but Scott's showing us the setup there in Frisco with the side-by-side courts with games going on at the same time separated by a curtain. Is there ever any confusion on whistles or anything like that? Having been in that setting a couple of times? And the follow-up to my question is, will you be glad to get out of that situation when you move to the American?
Well, I'll answer the second part first. Hell yeah. And the other part is, yeah, I mean, you can hear the whistles. I mean, there are whistles. Now, I haven't, last year I can't even remember if there was a situation where there was a stoppage of play for an inadvertent whistle on the other court. But I do know that you're very conscious of what's going on, and the other game's got a crowd as well. So sometimes it can become a bit distracting. But again, it's distracting for both teams. I promise you. We both have to embrace the curtain.
Going back to your double overtime win over Charlotte, I think we're to blame for Jelly putting up 32 shots. We were talking to him the day before the game about Antoine Davis and how many shots he's thrown up this year, and we were just like, hey, if you threw up that number of shots, how many points could you go for? And he was like unlimited. So next day he goes out, throws up 32. It helped you guys out with 41 points, but that's a lot of shots.
Yeah, and he broke his other record of 29, which ironically enough happened here last year in the triple overtime game in the CUSA tournament semifinals against Middle Tennessee State, where quite frankly that's where the Barstool crew got on the Jelly wagon and the Jelly phenomenon began. So I know Jelly feels comfortable in this environment as well because, again, he got up 29 shots against Middle. 32 shots is a lot. He's currently on pace to shatter the shots per game record, as he has shattered many records, but he is the leader going into the clubhouse in UAB history of most shots attempted per game.
I assume that passes you?
You know what? No, I was a much more efficient scorer. And I got the numbers to back it up. No, actually, it was Carlos Williams. Do you remember Carlos Williams?
I
was
do.
An assistant for Murray Bartow, great player from Detroit, kind of an athletic 3-4. He leads it, and then I think it was Steve Mitchell. I'm not even sure I'm in the top 5. Robert Baden was in there. I looked it up the other day, but Jelly, unless something goes terribly wrong, and it won't be on behalf of the coach, I promise you, I'm going to draw up a lot of plays for him to get shot. He will go down with another record, most shot attempts per game.
Yeah, I think that was the phrase LT was looking for when he told you that we encouraged him to shoot more. I think LT was hoping you'd say thank you.
Yes.
No, exactly. Sometimes when he takes bad shots, and I don't know if you guys watch this very often, but he takes a lot of them. When he takes bad shots, man, I kind of want to rein him in and be like, dude, I want you to shoot it too. No one's guarding me. I'm not fatigued. Let me help you. I've got a plan here that ultimately we're going to both end up at the same place.
All right, it starts for UAB tomorrow there in Frisco, Texas. Final run through the Conference USA tournament. May as well just hoist that trophy since you're heading out of town, Coach. That's the way we feel about it. I know you feel the same.
No, we're excited. We're playing good basketball. Hopefully that will continue, and we can leave the curtain in the right fashion.
That's right. Thank you, Coach. Good luck.
Thank you. All
right, that is Andy Kennedy on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented by Legacy Community Federal Credit Union.
That is an awful setup.
It is. And if they win it again, back-to-back years, I say we come out with green and gold T-shirts that says "Rip the damn curtain down" back-to-back. What do you think?
I mean, we could do that.
Just on the fly. Yeah. Rip the damn curtain down back-to-back.
You mean to sell?
With our calendar.
That interview brought to you by our friends at Legacy. This interview is brought to you by Legacy Credit Union. Legacy is who you can depend on, and they've been proving it to Birmingham and the UAB community since 1955. Say you don't like Jim's idea without saying it. You mean to sell?
Richard, we've already sold one. Richard says, I'll buy one. There we go. Got it.
I will put the over-under at 13 that would be sold.
Oh, okay. That's AK's number, 13. By the way, there are probably about 13 players on the team. We could sell 13 of them to them.
They probably want them free.
Yeah, they would want them free.
I think we did all the work. Yeah. We're not going to buy this shirt.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Always good catching with AK. Is there a more honest basketball coach comfortable in his skin more than the three we have in our state right here?
Not at all.
Bruce and Nate and Andy Kennedy.
We have frequently. Andy, we're more used to it. We've known Andy forever. But, as we've gotten to know Nate, and Bruce has been coming on the show forever, frequently Nate Oates will say things, and you won't see it a lot because his image is up, and we'll look at each other like, did he really just say that?
Yeah.
I mean, he's a pretty open guy. They all are. I mean, they're all in a lot of ways just wear their feelings out for you to see them.
I think TV helped Andy too.
I agree.
Yeah, but
He's always been opinionated though.
You happy to go to the American and put the curtain behind you? I'll answer the second one first. Hell yeah.
Well,
that's honesty.
The American this year is at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. Oddly, I don't know where it is in the future, but it's a better setup than this. Yeah, I don't care where it is.
One set of whistles and it's a better setup.
That's right. No curtain.
They could be playing 3-on-3 hoop it up in the south side, outside of the Pancake House, and it would be better.
Hey, when our daughters were on the same volleyball team, that's the last time I remember going to a venue that had a curtain up with two different matches going on at the same time.
Look at that setup. Look at that setup there. I mean, is there anything?
It's just awful.
Is there anything there that says more travel ball than potential bid of the NCAA tournament on the line there?
No, the only thing that says travel ball is the crowd.
I mean, it's a bad look. It's just if you want to argue, hey, our conference is at low rent, and then they show you a photo of your conference tournament, you're like, yeah, we're low rent.
Yeah,
I mean that's all I can say is we're low rent.
Hey, what is that place used for though? Rodeos?
No, it's the Frisco. Isn't that the Cowboys facility?
Yeah, I think it's the. Is it the Star? Yeah, I think it's the Star.
John says it's the Cowboys practice facility.
Yeah, I think they call it the Star actually.
Right.
Yeah.
And they use it for some concerts and high school football.
They play some high school games in there.
Yeah. Maybe a rodeo?
Yeah. If Jerry wants one there.
Perfect for a rodeo. Yeah. Hell, probably could run a NASCAR race in there if they wanted to. Friends at Storm Restoration Roofing can do whatever you need on your roof as well. Whatever you want Greg from Pell City to do, he'll hop up there and do it. But what he wants to remind you right now is sometimes wind, and we've had a lot of it lately, can damage your shingles without you knowing that. And you know how you find out you got damaged shingles? Brown, I'll give you one hint. What is it?
You send somebody up there to look at them.
Yeah, well, you find out you got a problem.
You got a water leak.
When you got a water leak, all of a sudden you look up on your roof.
Well, it's too late then.
And you got a brown stain or maybe water's literally dripping in. Then you know it's got a problem. Before you get to that mess, just get Greg from Pell City up on your roof. Absolutely free, no obligation roof inspection. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. That'll get you to Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. Or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. You can contact him that way too. A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau. All the warranties you need. Insurance companies trust him. You should too. It's our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. When we come back, where does Aaron Rodgers rank of AFC quarterbacks if he ends up going to the New York Jets? Plus, Nimari Burnett of the Alabama Crimson Tide, the number 1 seed Tide, before they go to Nashville, joins us at 12:35. probably the first player interview you've heard in a long, long time. Coming up in just a little bit right here only on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. Hey, college sports fans, are you looking for a debit card branded with your favorite team? Check out Fan Cards. They offer more than 30 officially licensed MasterCard debit cards for the biggest teams, like Alabama, Auburn, Tennessee, and LSU. You can show your team pride while managing your finances. Plus, set up direct deposit for chances to win tickets to see your favorite team play. Visit myfancard.com to learn more and sign up today. That's myfancard.com, the ultimate way to support your team and manage your money. Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Wake Forest leading Syracuse 44-41 at the ACC tournament back in Greensboro, where a lot of people think it belongs, out of Brooklyn, back into the heart of ACC country. Players Championship starts tomorrow. $25 million purse in that. That's up, right, Brown? This is like one of those tournaments that is sort of accentuated because of LIV.
Yep, this is part of the increased purses these guys are playing for now, thanks to LIV and the PGA Tour losing players and realizing, well, one way not to lose them is pay them more money, and they'll benefit from it.
Are you guys going to do our pool this year?
I don't think I am. I've already got my DraftKings plays in.
I had planned not to do it, but I'm always a last-minute guy. Got to get it in tonight if I'm going to do it. I'll let you know. I go ahead and get ready to say, ask her if you can pull them out of her purse. But after buying a driver the other day that is not helping me hit my golf ball any better, I probably should ask her before I go into that major purchase as well.
How was the driver yesterday?
It was very military. Left, right, left, left, right, left.
It's next to his desk in the office. I saw it this morning, and he's like, I actually brought that in so you could adjust it for me.
Yeah.
So
I don't want to get too golf geek on me, but I was playing one loft and hitting it very short, but always in the fairway. Well, 90% of the time in the fairway. Now I'm lower to get more distance, new club with more punch to it, and my mistakes go way further, as Lunsford pointed out. deeper into the woods.
That's right. Yeah, Lunsford's right.
So, by your drives yesterday, I mean, how many were in the fairway out of 18?
2. Well, I mean, some of those were par 3.
Do you think Brown would have snapped the driver over his knee?
I won't name names, but I knew a person one time that got mad at themselves with a new driver, hit the little tee thing, I think it was a rock, and snapped the head off of it and turned it in and got reimbursed.
That was not me, by the way. He's not protecting my innocence.
Yeah, but I did know somebody that did that.
Okay, well, I know it's nobody else up here.
Yeah, I've got a 90-day warranty, though, if I can return it in any condition in 90 days.
Well, it's defective, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Can't it straight.
Two of 18 is not good.
I would tell you this. I can return it in 90 days. There was this close yesterday that I was going to have to dive into a pond at Bent Brook, pull it out to return it because I was really close to. I didn't sling it, but I did one of these. I went and I held on to it, but I thought about letting it go.
I have played around with a guy that threw 2 clubs in the woods and never went after them.
Wow. That's.
I'm not a club thrower.
You said that your group doesn't press. We press.
Oh no, we don't press. We play like we're pressing. I mean, it's important to us.
And it's funny, like good golfers can like crumble under money pressure.
Oh, that's where the pressure comes from, is the money. Our friends at Slice is money when it comes to lunch all the time. You can't go wrong with those folks there. It is absolutely fantastic. Go by there. It starts with just great crust. I love their crust.
Their crust is the best. And again, I believe, and I think you do too, the crust makes the pizza. It's a really thin sliced pizza. It is fantastic. So many different specialty pizzas. Local pizza, local ingredients, created by the Bajaya brothers, Jeff, Chris, Jason. 4 great locations. Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, now Crestline Park. Get in, try that Hot Mama, try the Soul Pie, the Wing and a Prayer, the Bajaya Special. So many different great pizzas from our friends at the Bajayas. But 4 locations. For more information, pick it up tonight for dinner. SliceBirmingham.com.
I had a good meal last night, not a sponsor, but I'll tell you what I had. I started off with hummus, but it was an English pea hummus.
Okay.
And it doesn't sound like it'd be good, but it was fantastic.
I'm a big hummus guy.
Yeah.
Green in color?
Green in color and
right.
everything, and it came with a little crunchy pita and some vegetables. It was delicious. And then my meal was steak over asparagus with a hollandaise sauce drizzled on the asparagus. And then over here, I had two potato waffles, and they actually looked like waffles, but they were made of potatoes with a fried egg on top of it.
Did you have enough food?
It was a shot at you, Jim.
Say you don't like my T-shirt without saying you don't like my T-shirt.
Hey,
the 2 potato waffles tipping it over
Does
the
that
top.
place have I love their Sunday brunch. Their burger is outstanding. Is it a good steak?
It was really good last night.
Okay.
Yes, it was really good last night. It was delicious. So, too, is the discussion about the NFL after all this tagging and contract discussion yesterday. If you missed it, Lamar Jackson has a non-exclusive tag, which means somebody could come in and buy him away from the Baltimore Ravens. Daniel Jones did sign a 4-year, $160 million deal to stay with the Giants. $82 million of that is guaranteed, so it's good to be Daniel Jones today. Saquon Barkley is franchise tag, so he'll make $10.1 million next year to play for the New York Giants. And then Aaron Rodgers met with the New York Jets yesterday out in California. The Jets flew and talked to him. If the Jets land Aaron Rodgers, and there's interest on both sides, where does Aaron Rodgers slot into the AFC, which is packed with great quarterbacks? Where does he slot in? Who's 1, who's 2, who's 3, who's 4, who's 5?
The way I would do this is Mahomes or Burrow, 1 or 2.
All right, I'm with you so far. Tracking.
And then I would go Josh Allen. And
No, stop. Stop.
I would not put Josh Allen in
Stop.
front of Aaron
And
Rodgers.
stop.
Then I would go Aaron Rodgers.
No.
Stop.
Yep.
Yeah.
You lost me there.
Aaron Rodgers couldn't get his team to the playoffs last year.
Yeah, it was a bad team. Bad team.
I mean, you give me
Tom Brady hadn't played on bad teams before.
Josh Allen's had better players around him than Aaron Rodgers.
Josh Allen has got one legitimate receiver, really.
Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
Dawson Knox is a really good tight end.
He is, but he's a top 10 maybe tight end.
I mean, you can say what you want, but for me, I don't even go Joe Burrow. After Mahomes, it's Aaron Rodgers.
No chance.
If Aaron Rodgers had Joe Burrow's receivers, the records that would fall.
Well, he had Devontae Adams for 3 years where they were the number 1 seed and they never went to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but they were the number 1 seed. So through 16 and/or 17 games, they were number 1 seed in the NFC.
To me, he's slightly regressing a little bit. I mean, you go from the number 1 seed to not making the postseason.
Well, he's 39. Yeah, he is regressing. And I'm okay with Joe Burrow, but I'm not okay with Jonathan Allen or anyone else after that.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen, to me, at the end of the year, now probably because of his UCL, he was hurting the Bills more than he was helping the Bills, in my opinion.
Yeah, that might be he wasn't himself. I would agree with you on that. And you do have to look at Josh Allen right now and say, and this has plagued the Bills forever, starting to get a little bit underachieving. Just a little. I mean, you would give me that, right? He hasn't been to a Super Bowl yet.
He hasn't been to a Super Bowl. It's very difficult to get there.
It is.
But, I think Justin Herbert is close.
But that's a guy that barely makes the playoffs, Justin Herbert.
Yeah, but again, he's so young.
I know.
Trevor Lawrence, the year he had, from year 1 to year 2, if he has that progression from year 2 to year 3, watch out. And Deshaun Watson, I don't know if he's ever going to be the same.
Those are a lot of great quarterbacks, but and people are like, but it's going to be with the New York Jets. That defense was really good last year with the Jets, and I think they will only improve.
Well, they've got a defensive head coach, yeah.
And I think they've got some weapons on offense that Aaron Rodgers could really. Do you think their offensive weapons are better in New York than he had last year in Green Bay?
Well, because Breece Hall was so good before he got hurt. The rookie out of Iowa State's coming back. He should be completely healthy. Garrett Wilson.
Wilson was fantastic. He just didn't have anybody throwing him the ball, Lance. That was his problem.
Yeah, so I think just with those two weapons alone.
Like you saw how good as a rookie Christian Watson became with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
I think you could get that out of Garrett Wilson in New York. Garrett Wilson was really good.
Maybe more.
Yeah, I think he's probably got a bigger upside than Christian Wilson. Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah, I agree with you.
If the Jets, it's playoffs bare minimum if he's with the Jets.
Yeah,
they were fairly close this year with crappy quarterback play because of that defense.
You're a Dolphins fan.
I don't want him in my division.
Adding Aaron Rodgers to the Jets, you have to play the Bills
Allen
twice and him twice.
That's right.
And the lowly Patriots twice.
That's right. No, in my division
now with a fixed Mac Jones maybe.
Yeah, and we can't even keep our quarterback upright. So yeah, in my division that it gets really, really tough. I know we made the playoffs this year. I would like to think we could contend for the division next year. But, you throw him in, it's one more team you got to worry about.
But if you were a GM, there's at least 6 quarterbacks. If you were just playing it for the future, you would take in the AFC ahead of Aaron Rodgers.
Factoring in age.
Yeah.
Factoring in age. Yeah. I don't know about 6. Name them for me.
Pat Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, and Lamar Jackson.
I don't know about Trevor Lawrence and Lamar Jackson.
They're all under 26 years old.
Yeah, I know. 26 and younger.
Because
I can play 5 years with Aaron Rodgers. There's a chance. He won't. He won't be like Brady.
We don't know. It's going to be like this every year.
If he went to the Jets and they won a Super Bowl like Brady did with the Buccaneers, I feel like he would shut it down. He wouldn't come back like Tom did.
That would be smart.
I do think if he had a chance to go out on top as a Super Bowl champion, he would take it. I would agree with you on that. I think Lance, personally, think he overplays his lack of commitment, but I do think he's a type of guy that's so worried about his image and how he's perceived that he would walk after a Super Bowl championship. And guess what? If I'm the Jets and he came and played 1 year and gave me a Super Bowl championship, that's something I haven't had since Joe freaking Namath.
Yeah,
I'd take that.
I don't know if he's worried about his image, really.
Oh, I think he is.
I don't know.
I think you say that because his image looks way different than what you're comfortable with.
No, not necessarily.
You think he's a greasy stoner.
Yeah, well, he's comfortable enough to say things. He's not a guy that pulls any punches. The personal appearance isn't good.
Brown makes him sound like he's Spicoli from Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
I think Spicoli showered more.
He's a greasy stoner. Another old thing you sounded like today. A greasy stoner is what he is.
That's a good way of describing him.
Yeah, he's a greasy stoner. All right, our friends at New York Butcher Shop. LT just asked the question of the steak I had last night, was it a good steak? You never have to ask that question at New York Butcher Shop.
Just a fantastic place. And look, if you're looking for lunch at 12:30, stop by, see if you can finish one of those huge deli sandwiches. They are fantastic. The New York Butcher Shop, pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. 2 locations to serve you with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. One-stop dinner shop, Cahaba Heights, Highway 119. New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Man, we're excited about the next guy we're about to talk to. March Madness, Nashville, the SEC tournament, then the NCAA tournament. Let's talk a little hoops.
Nimari Burnett is going to be joining us once a week throughout the NCAA tournament, presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Do not let car trouble interfere with your big basketball plans this March. For the best in service in the greater Birmingham area, think only of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in Birmingham. Learn more at vulcantireandauto.com. Welcome in, Nimari. How are you today?
Hello, guys. Hi. Thanks for having me. First off, I'm doing well.
Good.
Well, just had a great practice, so doing good.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's something to be said for teams that maybe flip a switch when it gets to the postseason. Can you kind of sense this in this team, that there's a different feeling now around this team?
Oh yeah, it's almost like a new season, and we're very excited. Coming off a good regular season, and coming off a loss too. So looking to rebound and play hard every game, every possession, one possession at a time, one game at a time, and be the champs at the end.
You got a stack of books over your left shoulder. Have you been cracking those today, or are those just there for effect?
So this is not my office, but I do partake in my own reading from time to time when I have the time. If it's not school related, I try to read a few things. So, yeah.
What's the last thing you read?
Last thing I read was this book that Scotty gave me, which is our team chaplain. I forget the name of it right now because it's been a while since I read it.
Well, we'll be honest with you. I can't remember the last time I read a book. I think it's been a couple of years for me. What about you guys?
It's been a while.
It's been a minute. I mean, now, Sunday in church, I read the Bible verses the preacher's preaching. Okay, so does that count? I mean, that counts, right?
Yeah, but that's that's excerpts from the Bible. It's not like reading an entire book.
I was in the book of John this Sunday, Nimari, so we're in the book of John. That counts.
Actually, I just remembered Purpose-Driven Life.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, what a great book. That's one everyone should read. Absolutely. Speaking of a purpose, you guys have been really good after losses this year. There haven't been a lot of losses, but it has sort of recalibrated you guys at time. Do you feel, you just said you had a great practice. Do you feel like this is what happened in College Station is an opportunity for you guys to sort of reset your goals, recalibrate, and get your mind back right?
Yes, most definitely. We're rebounding and resetting on multiple levels, like you said, coming off a loss. On top of that, it's March, so this is the season right now that we have from here on out. So we're looking to rebound and reset off that loss and continue all the way through.
Tell me, coming off that loss, you watched the tape. Is there any similarities of things that happened in that loss that may have happened in a loss at Tennessee or a loss at, we'll throw out Oklahoma, or any other losses to Gonzaga this year? Is there anything that you could say, all right, that's sort of the DNA of what happens when we lose basketball games?
That's a great point. And it's been a multitude of reasons. Like the Tennessee loss was, we got to be tougher with the ball, take care of the ball, and, be stronger with it. This loss, I could say the same thing. We started off with a few turnovers, but it's also the multitude of reasons. Texas A&M has a great defense that is kind of unorthodox and something that, we got to be better at dealing with. So going forward, there's that. And just getting in the gym and making shots. We haven't been shooting the ball as a team lately as well. So just staying in the gym and staying confident in our work.
Nimari Burnett presented with us each week throughout the NCAA tournament by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. We are focusing on basketball. Don't forget about keeping your vehicle in top shape. ASE certified mechanics at Vulcan Tire and Automotive have the winning service for your family's vehicles. Learn more at vulcantireandauto.com. A lot of people would look at this and say, look, Alabama's going to be a 1 seed. The NCAA tournament is the focus. How important for your team is raising, you've already got the regular season, but raising a tournament banner, a tournament championship banner for Alabama? What's the level of importance of that for your team?
For our team, it's the team goal that we set when we came here in late May, early June. So it means the world to us, especially knowing how hard we've worked this whole entire time. And we put so much time into this. The practices, every practice is hard, except for before the game, and we're more concept based. But knowing how hard we work, knowing the goals we set, and knowing what this means to us and to the coaches and everyone included, it means the world to us.
Nimari, you mentioned the fact that you guys haven't been shooting the ball well. The numbers are not good. 25 of 125 your last 4 games. We know, shooting is contagious. Does it work the other way too when you're missing shots? Is that kind of contagious as well?
I could say that. Shooting is a different thing. Sometimes it's good for one guy and or 2 guys and not the rest of the team, or sometimes it's, like you said, contagious for all of us. But lately it has been that. So like I said, it's attention to detail, getting our legs under us, making sure we're taking care of our bodies, and staying confident in our heads, knowing that like this shot is going in. Like, not only because we put in the work, but we know we're great shooters. We have shooters across the board. So this March, this upcoming new season that we've been calling it, that I call it, we're going to show that, and we're going to prove it.
I'm wondering, a lot of our Alabama viewers in the chat room after the Texas A&M loss, and even some of the other games that you won, like the Auburn game, there was the guys are missing shots because they look a little tired legs. First off, is that just fans? Does tired legs impact your shot? And how much do you think the little break may help you guys of sort of having a few extra days off between the last game and this first game in the tournament?
To answer your first question, I don't think fans have much to do with it. I think it's really just kind of you may be tired or just attention to detail. Sometimes I lose track that I'm not jumping as high on my shot or I'm not getting the full release on my shot. So that's something that we all got to be cautious of and conscious of. And, these few days definitely will help, not only physically but mentally as well, and get back in the rhythm.
So you're from Chicago. It's hotly debated what the best Chicago-style pizza is. I know what mine is. Where would you go with this?
This is a great question because I haven't eaten Chicago pizza since I was 16. I cut out dairy when I was 17.
Wow.
But
that was like 5 years ago. I mean.
That's true. Deep dish is my favorite. I wasn't a big fan of it at first. And people were like, deep dish, this is a Chicago thing. This is the Chicago way. I try it. I'm like, all right, whatever. Then I try it. I'm like, okay, y'all might be onto something.
I ate Lou Malnati's back-to-back days. And that's a lot of deep dish pizza.
See, I'm a Gino's East guy. You're a Lou Malnati's guy?
Yeah, so do you have a favorite? I know deep dish you like, but do you have a favorite place that serves the deep dish?
Not necessarily. I think it was I can't remember the restaurant because it's been so long. But, I mean, I think it was the most famous one in Chicago. Like I said, I can't remember the name. But it's not a favorite place for me. It's just the style. Pretty much.
Pequod's for me, something like that. With the P was my favorite Chicago pizza. Well, man, good luck. We're looking forward to you following you guys and watching you guys, but also talking to you guys, to you every week. If I, email you privately, can you help me with my bracket? I mean, I think I'm lost as I fill out my bracket.
I got a feeling I know who he's got winning it. Of course, Dunaway will have you guys winning it as well.
That's right. Y'all got the same champion, trust me.
I may believe in you more than you believe in you.
Yeah, as long as you have us at the end of it, it's all good. It's all
Nimari, good luck in Nashville. Thank you very much for the time. We'll see you next week.
Thank you for having me.
All right, take care. Nimari Burnett going to join us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Do not let car trouble interfere with your big basketball plans this March. For the best in service in the greater Birmingham area, think only of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Learn more at VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Oh, look at Jay Pear, who lived in Chicago. He says, Pequod's is great. I may be pronouncing it wrong.
Gino's East, when I went there, they have a cornmeal crust, and they say we're the only ones that do it that way. And it was a very, very good crust.
Yeah. Well, Forrester's got it right. Forrester, what's the best?
Oh, it's Lou Malnati's.
Oh, it's a tourist trap.
No, it's not a tourist
trap.
Oh, whatever.
Look, Josh, Pequod's. I mean, it's coming in. I mean, Pequod's going to win.
Again, I thought you were a crust guy. The buttery crust on Lou Malnati's, you can't touch it.
Oh, butter covers up stuff. That's just I'm going to throw butter on this because it's not good. It's what people do with butter. 3 guys from Alabama are going to get into a Chicago pizza fight.
We're very, very, very qualified for this.
Yeah, if you're watching in Chicago or living in Chicago, let us know. Let us know. All right, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. No matter what pizza you're eating, it all goes down better with Bud Light. Only thing Bud Light can't do, can't help me hit my driver straight. Did not help me yesterday at all out on the golf course.
Can help you forget about hitting it crooked, though.
It can help you.
Yeah.
I didn't have that many Bud Lights.
Right.
But Bud Light, it is so fantastic. We appreciate them being along for the ride here on the next round. When we come back, one big thing we haven't talked about yet. It's next right here on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Fall weather is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Before Brown tells you about our friends at University Fan Cards, and if you're a fan of the Tide, the Tigers, or other SEC schools or other college programs, they got a big offer for you right now. But Bobby from Homewood had a betting question about our friends at MyBookie that he saw last night, Brownie.
Yeah, he's asking Lance how common this is. So in game, you could get both teams as an underdog at the same time. Cal State Northridge was plus 1.5, and Cal State Bakersfield was plus 0.5. And he's asking, have you ever seen that?
I don't think I've ever seen that, no.
So Cal State Northridge is plus 1.5, minus 133. Cal State Bakersfield plus 0.5, minus 125. I don't know how do you bet that? Or is it just live odds and they're just updating? I don't know how you. So I guess I don't know how you would bet that if they're both dogs.
Well, okay, so wait, who was plus 1.5?
Northridge.
Okay, so if you took both of these,
right,
and it hits on one,
no. I would have stayed away.
Yeah.
He was just asking if you've never seen it. I think by the tone of your voice.
No, actually. So what was the second team?
Plus 0.5.
No, who was
Bakersfield. Bakersfield.
No, if you take Bakersfield plus 0.5.
Yeah.
And it hits on no. Yeah. No, I've never seen it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're there now.
Yeah.
Could it have been a misprint?
Could have been.
Well, not print, but
or it's just live
misentered.
odds. I mean, they could be updating so constantly that you just caught it right in an update that wasn't accurate.
Yeah, I mean, normally it's one number.
Yeah. I don't know. Jeff Goodman also reporting Ole Miss and Chris Beard have had multiple conversations, according to his sources.
Who's reporting that?
Jeff Goodman.
Oh, he's good.
He said something else earlier I wanted to get your opinion on. No deal in place yet, according to Goodman. It is trending in the direction of Beard being the next head coach in Oxford, a source has told Jeff Goodman.
Wow, you talking about for different reasons, but guys who have, have been very, one's been very successful, but had the incident with his fiancée that cost him his dream job at Texas. But Lane Kiffin has had a couple of dream jobs himself at Tennessee and USC to both be there. I mean,
definitely coaching rehab for both those guys in a sense.
Wow.
That'd be a heck of a hire. I mean, automatically, I think Ole Miss. I'm going to do this off the top of my head. A top 5 coach easily.
I would say, I believe he's top. Put it this way.
In the SEC, not in the nation.
I would almost say in the nation.
Oh, wow.
I think he's definitely a top 10. Look at Texas. Now, you can give interim coach Rodney Terry as much credit as you want. He's the National Coach of the Year, according to Sporting News.
But it's his team.
Yeah, Chris Beard built this thing.
Yeah, he built it so well that the interim's been able to come in and have him as a 2 seed.
I mean, how good would that team be right now with Chris Beard?
Maybe a 1 seed.
Yeah,
they might have beat Kansas for the conference.
Or maybe they're right where they are. It's just the team's that talented. It hasn't mattered. My goodness, I mean, I knew that this was the buzz. I just didn't think it would happen.
But think about you're going to have.
Who would you take in front of him in the SEC?
Well, I mean, I'm just going to list who you've got that are considered top tier coaches right now: Pearl, Oates, Musselman, Calipari. You would have Beard.
Well, the only ones that have been to Final Fours are Calipari and Pearl, and Beard's been there.
Beard has been there. Yeah, Beard's been in the national championship game. Rick Barnes been to a Final Four. Don't forget him. You forget that at Texas. Right. I mean, you got to put Rick Barnes in. That guy's won 750 games.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he couldn't do it at Texas.
He couldn't. Took him to the Final Four.
Nate's won 2 SECs now.
Yeah, Nate Oates won 2 SEC tournaments, or 2 SEC championships. We'll see about 2 SEC tournaments, and is about to be a number 1 seed. I mean, you'll have some elite coaching in this league.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I mean.
I like Pearl and I like Oates a lot. Calipari's probably in his twilight. I mean, if I had one coach without the baggage, I would take Chris Beard.
I mean, I think Jans is a good coach. He did a really good job this year.
University fan cards is a great way to show your support for your favorite team.
Well, 2 things you do a lot of: cheer for your team and use your debit card. So why not combine the 2? They offer more than 30 officially licensed debit cards for the biggest teams. That includes Alabama and Auburn, many more. Set up direct deposit, and you get a chance to win game tickets as well. Visit myfancard.com to learn more and sign up today. That is myfancard.com.
All right. John Cranzano, who covers the Pac-12 out west, told by a source in the Pac-12 conference CEO group on the board was meeting on Tuesday was productive. Good progress on a media deal. The 10 schools remain committed to each other. Next scheduled board meeting of those 10 schools is in 2 weeks. Remember, the buzz is the Pac-12. If they don't get a media rights deal in place by the end of March, the Big 12 could come raid them of Arizona, Arizona State, Colorado, and Utah. That developing as we go to a conversation John Skipper had on Dan Le Batard's show yesterday. Do you guys remember who John Skipper was?
He was ESPN's CEO, right?
Yeah, he used to be the CEO of ESPN.
Yeah, and was really good at what he did, but he had a substance abuse issue that got him fired.
Yeah, but he was really good at what he did.
Yeah.
He's reacting to our buddy Michael Alford, who's the athletic director at Florida State, who last week, maybe it was 2 weeks ago now at the Board of Trustees meeting, said it would take us about $120 million to leave the ACC. We can't keep a top program going at the media rights deal we currently have with the ACC. We need to do something. Skipper saying he doesn't blame Alford. Basically, he was saying that, listen, we bring something to the table. We've got to keep up with the Floridas and such, who are rivals of ours, and they're getting more money from the SEC. But Skipper, who understands media rights and the landscape of college athletics, told Le Batard yesterday, the problem with Alford, I don't mind him rattling the cage, but Florida State has, quote, no landing spot, no home, end quote, that he doesn't see a world where the SEC or the Big Ten either would consider Florida State, and that's the only 2 secure properties you have that are more secure than the ACC.
I'm going to say Skipper probably has heard those types of conversations from guys like Greg Sankey, that as he's talked to him, because don't think Greg Sankey starts looking for schools and doesn't run the idea by ESPN, right?
Yep.
Like if we added this school, what was your thought on that?
How appealing are they?
How appealing. But, I mean, I can see what he's saying. Tallahassee's not that big a city. It's not a major media market. And, Florida's the most popular school in that state.
He pointed out, he goes, the SEC does not increase their media footprint 1% by adding Florida State because they already have Florida.
Which is why I've always heard, NC State and Virginia Tech are the two most likely ones that they will go after next.
Which I still don't understand. I understand the footprint.
That's it. It's new states, 2 new states.
Yeah, well, so is North Carolina.
Skipper goes on to say that he doesn't think the SEC is eagerly looking. He thinks 16 is a good landing number, and he points out that knowing the SEC's history, though they were, the first to really get going in '92 on the college football playoffs, they are always out front and going, but he does not expect them to expand sooner rather than later, that 16 is a good number for them.
Well, I think there's nobody the Big Ten's going to take, because Lance mentioned North Carolina, right? I think that's more Big Ten, North Carolina, Duke, if they were to come that way. But let's say that they eyeballed NC State and Virginia Tech, and the Big Ten came in and took them. It's not like, they're not other ACC teams you could go get and still get those footprints, right?
Yeah, I'm just, as a consumer, I'm looking for better games. And NC State and Virginia Tech, they're not bad programs.
They're not.
But it's not what you could get with Florida State and Clemson.
Yep. Yeah. And the problem that Florida State and Clemson is they just don't bring you the media markets, and they're not new states for the SEC. South Carolina and Florida aren't.
But I do, to disagree with Skipper and to go with what Lance is saying, I do feel like whether I'm watching football in Birmingham, Alabama, or Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, I am more likely to watch a Florida State, Alabama game, or a Clemson, Alabama game, or a Florida State, Georgia, or Clemson, Georgia, than I am Virginia Tech or NC State in any of those teams.
Don't disagree with that.
As long as I'm watching in the big markets, it doesn't matter what footprint. Skipper added one more thing, because the follow-up question, well, then what would you do if you're the ACC? And he goes, I don't think there's anything they can do. The best option they would have of getting more money from ESPN is if they merged with the Pac-12. And that would bring in, ESPN would be interested because it brings in another region of the country. It adds value to the ACC network at that point, but it does create a huge problem scheduling.
It was a big travel issue, but I have read where there have been talks about at least a scheduling alliance between the two. A lot more Pac-12 ACC games. Does not fire me up.
I've never understood scheduling allowances.
Doesn't fire me up at all. Like, I'm going to see NC State, Arizona State. That does not do a whole lot for me.
Yeah. He said you would divide it into a Western Conference and an Eastern Conference, which, by the way, is just new conferences. Right?
I know.
Should have got out in front of this and brought SC and UCLA in.
Who? The SEC?
Mm-hmm.
The SEC? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, that would have been.
I mean, if you're looking for markets.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a big market.
If you said, okay, we're not going to stop with Oklahoma, Texas, go ahead. If USC and UCLA is willing to listen, bring them in. You'd have those 18 teams and.
Look, and the SEC's got money. Everybody talks about geography now. Geography's been out the window for years. I don't think the SEC would have any problems flying back and forth to California.
Have you ever read Skipper's story that got him out of ESPN?
I did not.
He had a cocaine habit. And this is all from him. This is not like reported. He told the story. He had a cocaine habit, and he was very careful who he bought it from because he works for Disney. And he's like, I knew if I got popped, Disney's a family company. my job's gone.
Yeah. In a Mickey voice. Oh, no.
Yes, very much.
Sounded more like Mr. Bill.
Yeah. So he's on the road. I can't remember where he was, but he's on the road and he needs his fix. No, it was a big city. I want to say Chicago. Needs his fix, finds a guy, and the guy somehow figured out who he was and tried to blackmail him. It's kind of a serious story.
Oh, sorry.
Not the most ethical business, so I'm not saying you can trust your drug dealer.
Exactly. So he tries to blackmail him, and basically Skipper's like, I'm not going to let you blackmail me. I'll just give this job up, and I'll address the problem that I have. So he left ESPN, went to rehab.
Well, see, I admire that.
I do, too.
I do, too. I mean, I admire the fact that he got it. He says he's clean now, or at least last time I saw him interviewed.
I will say this, though, probably 9 out of 10 times when somebody tries to extort money from you, they're going to try it again. So if Skipper would have paid him, and I'm sure he went to his attorneys and they talked this thing out.
Not the last time you pay him.
Yeah. And that's what I like about it is you can't blackmail me because I'm not ashamed of this. I'll just admit it and quit this job and we'll find something else to do.
But he also knew that there was no going in and saying, I'll fix myself because it was Disney.
That's right. All right. That's the show today, man. Thanks, everyone, for being a part of it. We're back at it at 9 a.m. Central tomorrow. And then Friday, we're up at Losers. Which is what Brown just called me for trying to throw Disney voices into a serious story. We're at Losers, the great historic bar on Broadway, for our show on Friday. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.